In the morning when I'm driving, I really come alive when I listen to my Ronnie, I listen to my Ronnie Q. They are rare and they are few who can compare with Ronnie Q. So grab a chair, she's coming through. She's on the air, it's time for Ronnie Q. They are rare and they are few who can compare with Ronnie Q. So grab a chair, she's coming through. She's on the air, it's time for Ronnie Q. Ronnie Q. It's time for Ronnie Q. Ronnie Q. It's time for Ronnie Q. In the morning while I'm driving, Ronnie Q. I really come alive when it's time for Ronnie Q. I listen to my Ronnie. Ronnie Q. I listen to my Ronnie. It's time for Ronnie Q. Take a seat and go meet Ronnie. Sweet, 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 sweet Ronnie. No day complete without my Ronnie. She can't be beat. Sweet, sweet Ronnie.
Grand Rising, Grand Rising. How are you guys doing on this beautiful, beautiful Thursday? Thank you guys for being here. Hey, Liz, I hope you are enjoying yourself and your time away. Who is this? Oh, okay. I know who that is. Hey, Detach Myself. Rich Risings, Max Boogie. Yes, yes, yes. Rich, rich, rich indeed. Let's rise that way all the time. So, what do you guys want to talk about today? Is there anything that you guys want to talk about other than my little roundup that I have planned to talk about? I want to make sure that there's nothing pressing that needs to be talked about. I don't know of anything, but is there anything y'all want to talk about today? Good morning, Miss Queenie, and good morning, Grand Rising Miss Queen Diva. Good morning, everyone listening and driving. We'll keep on driving. Miss Queenie, tell Miss T Velocity, I haven't seen her go live in a while. I don't know. Just tell her I said, hey. I miss catching her shows. Ladies in the chat smooches. Okay, so I guess there's nothing pertinent other than the news. So let's get to it. Okay, yeah, it gets that way, and it's good that you have time to dedicate it to people who really, really matter. Some people don't have people who really matter in their lives. You can tell by how they act on this apparatus. But I digress. I digress. Okay. How about that Smokey Robinson stuff? Okay, so as far as the Smokey Robinson stuff, I have been uninterested. I've seen the headlines. I haven't. I think I've heard one news report. So with the news report that I've heard, that Smokey Robinson and his wife are being accused of SAing 4 people who work in his home. And they have been doing it for decades, it is alleged. And the reason why they didn't come forward earlier is because they were afraid that they would, I think, be deported. It appears that they were in fear of being deported, and that they made such low wages that they were afraid to report it because of low wages. But I usually, those people make better wages. I was surprised at the wages that Arnold Schwarzenegger's baby mama was making as his housekeeper. That's neither here nor there. Um, that's what I've heard about it. You know, I say, yeah, they're doing the right thing. Take it to court, show your evidence in court, and I'm not going to say that it could not be true. I'm not going to say that it could be true. I don't know. I just haven't delved into it. But that is a good question. Good morning, K-Fit. Getting ready for class. That's right. I hear that you're almost at the end of this term, or I don't know if you're this semester. So go out with a bang, girl, and rest up for the next episode. Okay. Queen Diva says she think that it is BS. Um, it's just, yeah, I can't call it. I really can't call it. You know, you find out some. Yeah, it's a lot. It's a lot. Now, I also noticed that the Diddy trial has started. And in the fashion of the beef sector, we know that Demetra has been doing trial watch forever in the fashion of the beef sector. A low life bitch has copied off of Demetra's uh, personal style that she has brought to the beef sector, her individual commentary that she has brought to the beef sector, and the yabba dabba do bitch. It's now doing cut. I'm doing cut watch, and we gonna do this. We gonna bitch. Aren't you in court enough? How come you didn't do no court watch on all them motherfucking court dates that you had yourself? You didn't even show up to your own court date. How come you didn't watch them court dates? But now we have a new entrance in the field of real live court watch. Oh, I don't know. I would love to help around I would love help around my little spot, but I don't want strangers in my. There's a stranger in my house. Took a while to figure out. I don't want no strangers in my house either. Talking about your little place. Your little place. Well, girl, get you some help. Girl, get you some help. I think that these people were actually living in their houses, and I definitely couldn't deal with that. I definitely. You saw what happened to Maria Shriver, didn't you? I don't know where people have time for anything. I'm tired and my schedule is full. Hey, Doctor. Oh, that's not Doctor. That's LaShonda Allen's Grand Rising to you. Um, I think that Liz. I think that you should get some help around the house as needed. Maybe you can have a bi-weekly schedule or something. Just try it out. It may free up some of your time because it takes a lot to take care of your house. Unless you are what's his name, Lady Sparkles. Child, who was that? Who was I watching? Who was I watching? I was watching Bertha Mae Jackson yesterday. That's who I was watching. And I didn't know what it was. Hey, Nappy Child, Grand Rising Madison. I didn't know. I saw she had an avatar up, and it was kind of confusing, and I didn't know what it was representing or anything. And she's finally said something about Lady Sparkles, go clean up your house. And she said, that's why I have it up here as an avatar. And I was like, what? That's somebody's house? I couldn't decipher it, but oh my goodness, it was. Then I looked in closely, and then I was like, that's like a aerial shot of a whole lot of trash all around. Now we've seen. I'm doing community service this morning. Back to reality. Back to life. Back to reality. Go help others on your day. Dun, 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 dun. See? Yeah. It's always you get. However do you want it? However you need it? However do you want it? However do you need it? Girl, get back to life. It's fun. See, I sing that song on your way when you got to get snapped back into reality. Not, Don't think that. What is that? What song is that? Today I'm just a lonely man, but tomorrow I'll be a king. Lady Sparkle has an amazing crib, by the way. Amazing. It's quite amazing. Now, see, that's someone who could use a maid. I don't think soul to soul. Yes, back soul to soul. Okay. I'm not going to give Lady Sparkles too much, though, because I honestly think the longest, every time Lady Sparkles would hop up on people's panels and do her spiel, she didn't want to really communicate, have a conversation or any type of communication. She just wants to get off what's going on in her head, and then she'll step down real quick. There's no real back and forth with Lady Sparkles. So I take that to mean something else. So I'm not going to give Lady Sparkles too much. Even on that video where she stood up and was in her butt naked birth state, she wasn't really, her just hearing her talk on her channel. I didn't even know she did that, first of all, and just hearing her talk, and I think Lady Sparkles appears to me that there was some guidance in her life, some caregiving in her life that she may not be able to use at this time and point in her life. I don't know if she's aged out. I don't know if someone who used to take care of her is no longer here. MA Clips, Grand Rising. Thank you for helping me reach my goals. Much appreciated. So I'm not going to give Lady Sparkles too much. I think that would be unfair to her. Okay, so let me see. Let me see. What else can we talk about here? Let's talk about, did you guys hear? Did you guys hear about another one of those January 6 rioters has committed another heinous crime? But it was a state crime, so there's no federal court or protection. So, uh-huh. Okay. I see. Let me go ahead and block her. Hold on one second. I don't like people playing in my face. Not at all. Not one bit. Okay, I'm back. I apologize for that. Okay. Hey, Rockwell speaks. Let me see what you're talking about. Good morning, Ronnie Q, mods, members, chat. Happy Thursday. I'm watching and listening. Blessed day to all. Parked car heading to the grocery store. I had to take my daughter to school this morning. My husband usually drops her off. Good GG. What are you saying, Nappy Child? Good GGV9. What are you saying, Nappy Child? Okay, so do you think that 45, 47, he said that those were good people, who were being wrongly prosecuted, and they spent time in such a bad place, and he's thinking about giving them reparations. So, have you guys heard about the latest story about one of the January 6 partners who was pardoned? Let's look and see what they're up to. Okay. I just found about this as I was setting up my live. That could be why I was a little tardy, but please excuse me. You see the title of this: January 6 rioter just unalive a woman. Let's see what happens.
Trump did when he got back in the White House is
Hold
he
on.
pardoned.
That's too quick. Y'all know I listen to stuff on the double speed. Here we go.
So as you all know, one of the first things that Trump did when he got back in the White House is he pardoned all of the January Sixers. Now, the reason why that is particularly depraved is because we were told by both Trump himself and many people in his orbit that, like, he's gonna pardon some of them, but he's gonna pardon the ones who deserve it. All the violent ones are not going to get pardoned. This is what they were leading people to believe. And to be fair, it depended on his mood. Sometimes he probably did say he was going to pardon all of them, but certainly from Susie Wiles and many others around him, and Tim at times, the message was, just the ones who deserve to be pardoned, right? Well, he pardoned over 1,000, literally all of them. And that includes about 450 who committed violent crimes. There were over 100 officers who were assaulted on that day. So when I say he is soft on violent criminals, I mean it. You're talking about people, some of them with long rap sheets, serious psychological issues, and he pardoned them. Didn't think twice about it. I mean, his first day in office, first couple days, were the worst ever because the executive orders he signed were absolutely disastrous. These pardons were just unhinged. Well, guess what? As we've slowly learned over time, with a drip of stories, exactly what we expect it to happen is now happening with these people. So look at this. This is from Law and Crime. Quote, millions of people hated me. January 6th, defendant kills woman in drunken highway crash, but avoids murder conviction. So this is what these low-life degenerate scum.
Oh, poor me. Millions of people hated me. You don't understand. People are mad at me. I'm in the news. People hate me. Oh, so he's still not taking responsibility of what he did when he gets pulled over by a police officer. So you get pulled over by a police officer, and you using your I'm one of the January 6th people who got paroled, and I'm so upset. People hate me. So you're using that as a get out of jail free card. First thing that's boggles the mind, that every officer you run into from here on out, you think that that's a get out of jail free card. I can create violence in the Capitol building against cop and everything. I can do what I want. Don't you understand? I am the pardoned one. Why are you pulling my drunk ass over? Let's continue.
Are up to after Trump pardoned them. A jury has convicted a January 6th defendant for killing a 35-year-old woman in a drunken wrong-way crash on an Illinois highway, but acquitted him of the most serious charge. Shane Jason Woods, 47, was previously convicted of assaulting a press photographer and police at the U.S. Capitol on January 6th before receiving a pardon from President Trump. Now, again, as I said, to pardon this guy is inexcusable. It's inexcusable. He assaulted a press photographer and police, and Trump pardoned him. And now he killed somebody going the wrong way in a drunken rampage on the highway. On Wednesday, the Illinois jury found Woods guilty of reckless homicide, aggravated driving under the influence, and aggravated fleeing and eluding, but cleared him of the first-degree murder charge that could have sent him to prison for life. Instead, he faces between 3 and 14 years in prison when he's sentenced, the Chicago Sun-Times reported. Nobody gets away with more crimes than a literal member of the Trump regime or somebody pardoned by the Trump regime. So he could get as little as 3 years, even though he assaulted an officer, assaulted a photographer, and killed a woman while drunkenly driving the wrong way on a highway. So he'll spend, a total of less than 4 years in prison for these hideous crimes. Woods, apparently upset after an argument and then facing a decade in prison for his role in the January 6th riot, got behind the wheel on November 8th, 2022 after leaving a bar. He then sped away from a traffic stop before crashing head-on into the car driven by Lauren Wegner, killing her. The now convicted felon took the stand on his own defense on Wednesday, according to a courtroom report from the Sun-Times. He spoke of how his involvement in the Capitol riot weighed on him and how he was national news. Quote, millions and millions of people hated me, he reportedly testified. Woods said that as his marriage fell apart in 2019 and 2020, he began to closely follow politics. Asked if he was an ardent supporter of Trump, he reportedly said he was an ardent supporter of Americans. Wow. It's always...
I bet they had I bet they thought they had diplomatic immunity. Diplomatic immunity. Remember how they used to say it in the original Lethal Weapon when they were after those criminals, and they would always show their little ID. Diplomatic immunity. I bet they thought that as well. I'm getting to that. I am getting to that, Rockwell. Rockwell, why are we always up on the news? Since he's now in talks with Libya and Saudi Arabia to send new deportees, they should go. They should go first. They're the danger to America," said Venezuela was a lie, but people are still going there now. It's Libya. Now, also, not only they are in talks with people in Libya and in Saudi Arabia to taking deportees. They're also talking to Africa and I have it up here. Hey, clicking of you, baby. I went to sleep, woke up to another war. I said, why India people beefing? Don't they love the cow? Girl, yes, girl. The Indian people are bombing the Pakistanians, and yeah, a whole nother war. And I hear they're really going at it right about now. Goals. Thank you, Rockwell, for also helping me reach my goals today. Now let's finish these January 6th fools. I'm okay.
He's the fucking like miserable divorced dads, huh? Wegner's parents wore her ashes in necklaces around their necks and held them as the verdict was read, per the Sun-Times. Her father told the newspaper afterward that he and his wife were not totally happy with the verdict, but we can't argue with the verdict. Wood's attorneys had argued for the lesser verdict, and his supporters quietly applauded in approval when the verdict was read. On Tuesday, a police officer reportedly testified that when he pulled a speeding Woods over, the defendant told him he wanted to end it. Quote, "It takes a big fucking man to say what I'm about to say," the officer reportedly recalled Woods saying. "I'm going to kill myself." Yeah, this guy, it's great that this guy's getting away with all these crimes, getting off scot-free. I'm sure that when he gets out, he won't cause more immense problems for everybody. A former cop whose relative was dating Woods at the time saw him and also stopped. He could be heard on dash cam footage telling another officer that Woods was involved in the Capitol deal. But Woods fled from the traffic stop and sped north down the southbound lanes of I-55. Wegner happened to be driving south on the highway and collided head-on with Woods' pickup truck. Jesus Christ. A fiery ball erupted after impact, instantly killing Wegner and breaking nearly every bone in her body, prosecutors reportedly said. Investigators had to identify her through her nail polish.
If your mind feels cluttered, restless, or constantly overwhelmed, change everything. These days.
Lauren died because she was in the wrong place at the wrong time, prosecutor Derek Dion reportedly said during his opening statement, and she couldn't get out of the way. According to a police report, Woods' blood alcohol level was 1.177 after the crash, more than twice the legal limit in Illinois. Jurors also heard from a woman who was in another car at the time of the crash and was hit in the eye by flying glass, calling it the worst pain ever. Prosecutors argued Woods knew there was a strong probability his actions could cause harm or death, which is what led to the murder charge. But his defense attorneys noted that police originally arrested Woods for reckless homicide and not murder. Court record showed that he faced 6 charges, including first-degree murder, aggravated driving.
Okay, and what does that mean? That they know that they initially arrested him for reckless homicide and not murder? People don't like charges on people don't be increased all of the time after your first initial arrest. Maybe at the time when they put him in handcuffs and put him in the car, they didn't even know that the woman had perished. Maybe that's why. They're supposed to sit out there and wait until they get the fire out, until they can exhume the body out of the charred car to see that she's unalive before they can say, okay, now, take him to jail. It's actually this, not that. Girl, bye.
Under the influence and aggravated fleeing and eluding a police officer. That's great. The trooper identified what may have been Woods' mindset before the fatal crash. Quote, "It should be noted through the course of the investigation, I learned that Woods was a defendant in the January 6, 2021 Capitol U.S. riots and was anticipating a sentence which may have been motive for the intentional traffic crash." That's great. That's great. Really, really quality people here. I never want to hear another fucking word from the right in my life about being tough on crime.
What charge was he anticipating? Who gives a fuck? He was anticipating having to face the music. Was he on another trial? Was there another trial regarding him? What do you mean anticipating a trial? Who gives a fuck what he's anticipating? That's what happens when you break the law. You should always be anticipating a trial if you are out here breaking laws. But people are supposed to feel sorry for him. Poor him. I'm a January 6er. So that absolves you of all the wrong things that you do in life. Okay. Millions of people hated me. January 6th defendant kills woman in a drunken highway crash, but avoids murder conviction. So we'll see what the judge give this person. We'll see if the judge is lenient on this person. I bet cash the U.S. has something to do with it. Oh, you mean with the war? Girl, yes. I'm trying to find out It allegedly is because someone killed 29 people in the Kashmir region. They both own a section. India owns a section, and Pakistan owns a section of the Kashmir region. I guess that there was a old ancient fight about it. So they did like they did in the Bible. They split the baby, and there has that's been like a sacred place where nothing happens, but now there have been skirmishes in the Kashmir region. So now it's a full-out war. And understand that both of these nations have nuclear powers. So, and which one? I think it was India who said that they will bomb them to the gates of hell or something there around about. So another war. Oh my God, my daddy would have got retribution. No one would have had to worry about jail. Okay, stupid of it all. They do believe in God, don't they? Aren't they afraid of his anger and punishment and the punishment they will face? These people are lying. They call this their great holy war. Oh, I didn't know that. India and Pakistan. What's next? It's good to be home. I'm glad you're home as well. There's nothing holy about this. None of it. I can't stand these hoes. They make me highly mad. Okay, let me stop. Let me stop my screen. Let me see. Let me go over here and see if I can find out anything more about this war. Give me 1 second. Let me see what is the latest on the docket about this war. Let's check this out. Let's learn together, can we? A dangerous escalation. India bombs Pakistan in intensification of forever war over Kashmir. There is no forever war. Forever war means like this is, what they trying to say, that they'll nuke them?
Journalism at democracynow.org/give. Dozens of people have been killed in the worst fighting between India and Pakistan in more than 2 decades, following a deadly attack last month on Indian tourists in Indian-administered Kashmir. Early today, India attacked 9 locations in Pakistan and Pakistan-administered Kashmir, killing at least 26 people, including a child. Dozens were wounded. Pakistan called the attacks an act of war and responded by shelling areas of Kashmir under Indian control. India says the Pakistani shelling has killed at least 15 people. Pakistan claims to have shot down at least 2 Indian fighter jets. Tensions have been soaring between the 2 nuclear-armed nations since April 22nd, when gunmen massacred 26 tourists in Indian-administered Kashmir in a rampage that India blamed on Pakistan. For now, we go to London, where we're joined by Mirza Waheed, award-winning Kashmiri journalist and novelist. His books include The Collaborator, The Book of Gold Leaves, and most recently, Tell Her Everything. His recent Guardian piece is headlined, "A Massacre Has Reignited the Forever War Between India and Pakistan. Once more, Kashmiri voices are missing." Well, they're not missing here, Mirza Waheed. So if you can start off by talking about what's at stake right now and give us the progression of what took place. First, the attack on Indian tourists in Indian-administered Pakistan and India-administered Kashmir and what that means.
Thank you for having me. Those killings were reprehensible, and it was a massacre of Indian tourists in a pristine, really idyllic meadow in Pahalgam, where I lived as a child. and it's a very gorgeous and beautiful place. And those killings were shocking, obviously, and condemnable, reprehensible, and that is the main trigger for this, recent escalation now, because soon after the killings, there was obviously outrage in India, in the public, in the media, across the society and the political classes, and we very soon heard big clamor for war, especially in the media. So a lot of pressure to strike on targets in Pakistan, and it was kind of. We knew it was happening. Obviously, everyone hoped it shouldn't happen, it wouldn't happen, but that's what's happened now. And in many ways, this is an old war. This is a very, very old war, and not as old as the American president believes it to be, not centuries old, but about 75 years old. My grandfather saw the first India-Pakistan war in 1948. My father saw the wars in 1965 and 1971, and then in 1999, the limited war over Kargil. And I have seen 1999 and now this recent, the latest escalation. This is a dangerous escalation. It's a dangerous intensification because, as your Prelude said, people have been killed on both sides of the border. Almost all of them civilians. That has to be emphasized and noted. That people who've been killed in the shelling are all civilians. And as we speak, in the borderlands between Indian and Pakistani administered Kashmir, people are hiding in makeshift bunkers, in underground shelters. Some of them are kind of contemplating leaving. The main airport in Kashmir is sealed off, as other airports in some parts of northern India. There's a huge amount of fear in the public, and this is that old thing, isn't it? When elephants fight, it's the grass that gets trampled upon. So Kashmiris have been kind of in the middle for a long time now, and it fills me with despair as a Kashmiri person, as a writer, as someone who's kind of.
Okay, I'm not getting any more clarity out of him. A little clarity, but
both Pakistan administered territory and India administered territory.
I'm going to try and give a basic sort of primer on history. So we go back to the partition. India and Pakistan become modern nation states. Kashmir is left unresolved. Soon they begin their first war over Kashmir in 1948, which is then brought to an end through UN mediation. There's a ceasefire. In fact, it's an interesting thing I must note. The line of control that divides two parts of Kashmir right now was actually called a ceasefire line, a CFL, which came into existence soon after the first war I mentioned in 1948. And then it was formalized and renamed as line of control in 1972 after India-Pakistan fought another war, which greatly resulted in the creation of Bangladesh. So they have fought these wars, and it's very clear. I mean, they have fought over Kashmir historically, all my life and my father's life. And there's 3 generations of Kashmiris and Indians and Pakistanis who have kind of grown old. Or under this threat of war, it kind of there's relative periods of peace between the two countries, and then something will bring about a fresh escalation, right? As the attacks in Pahalgam have done.
Okay, so that's what I can get. It's like a border war, a long-standing hostilities that they're not letting go. It's 29 people on one side, 15 people on the other side. It sounds kind of like what happened with the Israeli Palestinian situation. It seems like they're clamoring for war. I don't know who started it. If someone infiltrated, and I don't know what happened. There's always other hands in these wars. So the position that 45-47 said, I hope they end it soon. I hope it's over soon. So that's the only readout that I got from here. Now, Nappy Chow, the cops found not guilty in the Tyrese Nichol case. 2 of those cops pled guilty. They did not. It was only 3 cops who were tried and found not guilty. The 2 cops who pled guilty, they pled guilty because they knew they were guilty, and all of those cops were guilty. But the 2 ones, you should have took your chance. It's amazing that you had so little faith in a jury not finding Black men guilty, but you had so much faith in treating black men on the street and arresting black men on the street for bullshit crimes when you guys were police officers, knowing that there is so little trust in a jury finding a black man not guilty, or finding a black man guilty, that you admitted your crimes to try to get a softer sentence on something that you know you absolutely did. So I have no pity on any of them. I would not be surprised if the Memphis Police Department rehires these these let's call them this goon squad. I would not be surprised if they rehired them. Now, what about the real goon squad in Mississippi who SA'd these two black men and shot one in the mouth and left him for dead and all of this stuff? And now they're spending the least of the time that they're spending in jail is 20 years. These guys survived, and the only thing that they have been awarded was $2.5 million. They understand that this did happen in Mississippi. Let me take these headsets off. They bother me. This happened in Mississippi, so it's a wonder they got anything. But this is another police goon squad that have free reign in the territories where they work. Even one of the guys didn't even work in the jurisdiction where this crime was committed. So let's be real clear. Yeah, they say that I think I have a little of that. They say that the black officers usually are some of the worst ones when it comes to the treatment of black civilians. They announced they're going to send people to the Gaza Strip, deploy American troops. Deploy American troops to be there indefinitely. They said, I didn't hear about the American troops being there indefinitely. 4547 is giving police more coverage under executive order. Yes, I talked about that, and he's allowing the military to assist in bringing down crime, to fight law and crimes in neighborhoods that are so vague with crimes, such as black neighborhoods. And the black people have said that they wanted it. Yes, I played that. Either this week or the end of last week. Yeah. And he's identifying black neighborhoods. Okay. Shame, 2 million would never help them heal from that torture. Yes, black officers have to prove themselves so they can be accepted in the white brotherhood, and they never are. If you have to do that to your own brotherhood to appease and try to fit in with your working brotherhood, that lets you know that you're never going to be approved in this brotherhood. Let me find where I heard the statistics about I think it's on this one. Hold on one second. I think it's here. Okay, I think I saw it here. Hold on. Okay, here we go. Let me share this with you. Okay, the name of this video is Tyrese Nichols verdicts are repugnant and reprehensible. They endanger all Black lives. So, the Defiant Attorney, I'm going to drop the link in the chat for you, since I hadn't planned on playing this. Here we go.
It's maddening. It shows a reckless disregard for Black life. It endangers Black life. It shows that Black lives don't matter. I'm sitting here, I'm very emotional right now. My heart goes out to the family of Tyree Nichols. Please join me in taking a moment of silence in memory of his death, his tragic, needless death. Thank you. This is a miscarriage of justice. And this is coming from me, someone who practices both criminal defense and civil rights law. This is a horrendous verdict, a horrific verdict. We saw what happened. We saw this handcuffed man being pummeled with haymakers. We saw what we saw. The video showed it. He was handcuffed, and they took turns hitting him upside his head. We saw the video. And again, I'm a criminal defense attorney. I am often on the side of the criminal defendant. And I do respect the law that they have been found not guilty. But that not guilty verdict is a miscarriage of justice. And I pray the state appeals this. And do keep in mind that they were found guilty in federal court, but not of the more serious charges. So now they await sentencing in federal court. But we know who we have in office. And he just put out an executive order enshrining police officers, promising to give them more indemnification, for example, more militarization. This is horrible. This is sad. You know, my family has dealt with having someone killed under questionable circumstances, and you feel the injustice of that. But then when the so-called justice system doesn't give you justice, you feel like you have just been stomped and kicked in the face all over again, this time by the system. I'm going to read some words here from the Washington Post, who reported on this. This is one of the assistant district attorneys who tried this case. And do keep in mind, the officers were African Americans, I think, with the exception of one. That doesn't make any difference here. In fact, Professor Paul Butler of the Georgetown Law Center wrote a book entitled Chokehold. And he, in his book, reported some information I knew nothing about. He said that Black officers are more likely to shoot and kill Black people than white officers. Although white officers kill more Black people, it is the Black officers who tend to kill Black people disproportionately. So it does not matter that these officers are Black. They receive the same training and have the same advantages and privileges that the white ones do. You would think that they would be more conscientious, but according to Professor Paul Butler, you'd be wrong. So this says.
And another thing that I find mysterious, there was one white officer that was arrested weeks later. He wasn't charged with the same crimes, of course, because he wasn't the one who was hitting him, but they did charge him with crimes. And I haven't heard anything about his case. Has it been adjudicated yet? I haven't heard anything about his case. Let's go on.
The state jury found 3 former Memphis police officers not guilty of second-degree murder in the 2023 beating death of Tyree Nichols that helped galvanize the movement to reform police conduct. The jurors deliberated for a day and a half after 7 days of testimony that delved into the minutes after police pulled over Nichols for a traffic stop and when the 29-year-old FedEx worker was repeatedly hit and kicked by the officers. To me, their analysis should have been centered around when he was getting beat to death. All right, not way back when they stopped him, but what happened to him after he was handcuffed, defenseless, and posing no threat to those officers. That's where this case should have been decided. Because what he did before that was most likely a misdemeanor. Running from the police.
After 50 years, I'm finally done with the mess. Here's how. This is Muddy Matt, the Matt that actually works.
That was most likely a misdemeanor, a few days in jail, maybe even probation. What the focus should have been on was what happened to him, especially after he was handcuffed. And we saw what happened to him. And then after he was nearly beaten to death, we saw with our own eyes, they placed him up beside a car, and he did not get any medical care for quite some time. He was handcuffed in and barely hanging on, it seemed.
I don't know why they represented in this trial that he got medical help. We saw the paramedics walk around him, stand around him, as if they did not even want to touch that man. We all saw this, and there was some recreation of the story about him getting some help from the paramedics and him suffering a heart attack while he was out there. All these details and nothing that we would have known. Allegedly, he suffered a heart attack, and he died days later in the hospital. However, we saw no assessment of that man that would tell these paramedics. I didn't even see him get taken off the scene in those videos myself. And I never saw him get on a stretcher, anything in any of those videos that I saw. I don't know if you guys saw it, but no, we saw no. I think that these paramedics, they should definitely have been on trial as well. So they moved the hearing to a more white jurisdiction. They took it to Chattanooga instead of Memphis, and it is alleged that there were no black juries on this jury. That's why they took it to Chattanooga, Tennessee, as opposed to trying it in Memphis. They couldn't get a fair jury in Memphis. I think that if you have it in a jury of your peers would better know how to call balls and strikes, because they live this every day. They knew that these cops are out here doing this to people for years. Why did they disband that? I forget the name of their goon squad. Why did they disband this whole unit? Let's continue.
We saw that. Prosecutors had argued the officers had a duty to protect Nichols, but became angry when he fled after being pulled over. I've seen that a lot. Those officers' attitudes are quite often, you make me run. When I catch you, I'm gonna punish you. In other words, I'm going to brutalize you. I'm going to use excessive force because you made me run. Prosecutors had argued the officers had a duty to protect Nichols, but became angry when he fled after being pulled over. Now, let me say this is very important. There's a case, it's Tennessee versus Garner, and it prohibits police officers from shooting an unarmed fleeing felon. They can't shoot him if he's running away unless he poses a threat of serious bodily injury or death to the officers or to someone else. I wasn't in trial. I don't know if they presented any evidence to support such a claim, but I don't think so. But the problem is there are other cases, and in fact, there are other cases here that are involved in this that gives the police a lot of deference. A lot. I'll show you. Defense attorneys for the officers countered that their clients followed police procedure and had tough jobs that require split-second decisions. That phrase, split-second decisions, comes straight out of a Supreme Court case that qualified the Tennessee v. Garner case. In other words, the United States Supreme Court issued a case after the Tennessee versus Garner case that essentially said you shouldn't question police officers. They're making split-second decisions. They deal with very dangerous situations. And that's precisely what they said to this jury. And by the way, it is being reported. I don't know if it's true or not, but it's being reported by other networks that the jury was all white. I don't know if that's true. I do know that they got to change a venue because the jury they use, instead of being from Memphis, that jury came out of the Chattanooga area. And that area is a whole lot more white and conservative than Memphis, which is majority black. So the defense lawyers did exactly what I would have done. We can't get a fair trial in here. Judge, we want to change a venue. So they did that, and they got that. And so if they had an all-white jury, one has to ask, how is it that they ended up with an all-white jury? Now, again, a lot of it is because the Chattanooga area is largely white, predominantly white, so there weren't very many blacks probably in the jury pool. And so if there were any, they were able to get rid of them. I presume they did what we call Batson challenges. And the prosecutors, I'm sure, I hope, if it was appropriate, said to the judge essentially that they're getting rid of these black jurors because they're black. I don't know if that happened or not. But if indeed there was an all-white jury, that explains a lot. On the evening of January 7, 2023, Nichols was driving to his home in a nearly all-black neighborhood in East Memphis when an officer noticed him speeding up to beat a red light. The officer didn't find any warrants after running Nichols' plates, but decided to pull him over. And this was some special unit that Memphis had. You remember that? And when they found out that he had no outstanding warrants, that should have caused them to de-escalate the matter. Because they know now he's not a fugitive, he's not a person on the run from a warrant or something. So let's diffuse this some.
Drinking warm water before bed dropped me from 247 to 109.
Good morning, Church Mouse. Thank you for joining us. Let me get beyond this commercial real
96 while I slept. Apparently, thousands of people.
Nichols managed to run away after being pulled from his car and forced to the ground. Now, some of you are going to say, well, that's what caused him to get beat to death. You're wrong. You're wrong. It is an offense to run from police officers. Here we call it evade and arrest. And if you're doing it on feet, it is a misdemeanor, which means you probably won't even go to jail.
Check out this new law that they also enacted in Memphis. I mean, shouldn't this be common sense law with all our police forces? How many people have we heard have gotten shot in the back for running away? There's this case of this guy, the young guy who got shot. I said I reviewed the video. I couldn't tell if he had a pow pow in his hand. And then the next day, his father was driving past a graduation where a off-duty officer was doing traffic for the graduation, and he just mowed him down. Now, some idiots are telling you that he mowed down the same person who unalived his son. And I saw black arms outreach shooting that son. So let's be clear. And it was not clear if he had a weapon in his hands, as they said. And he was not facing the officer as if he was about to challenge this officer or do anything. So I am not clear on that case. But let's hear about this Tennessee law that they have about fleeing offenders.
You get arrested, but your lawyer will probably get you probation or may get the case dismissed. If you're in a car, then it is a felony, and things go up at that point. But under either circumstances, the penalty should not be death for an unarmed man. He should not have gotten beat to death. Cops are not the prosecutor, judge, jury, and the hangman.
Yes,
they're law enforcement. They have their job to do. And that does not include beating a handcuffed man to death.
But you got
the confrontation was captured by.
But you got to be able to identify the person who was beat to death as a human being. See, if you dehumanize a certain swath of people, these are the verdicts that you get. They don't see them as a full human being. I mean, let's call a thing a thing. They can't show any humanity because they're not looking at it as if it is a human. They're not even looking at it as if it is a pet or anything. People get more time for doing this type of thing to dogs.
Police camera at the intersection lasted a few minutes before officers picked up Nichols and laid him against a car. We saw that. An additional 22 minutes passed before a stretcher was brought out for Nichols, and he was taken to a hospital in critical condition. That's what I just told you. We saw every bit of that on videotape. This was a miscarriage of justice. This was a repugnant acquittal. This is offensive. It endangers.
Okay, and we saw that he was not moving. And it took 22 minutes. I hope my mic is on. And it took 22 minutes for a stretcher to get called out, for him to be put on a stretcher. The paramedics was there way too long and without a stretcher. That's what I saw. And acting as if they did not even want to physically touch this man. So how could they have assessed this man on the scene? How come they not on trial?
All of us African Americans. It sends the message that you can beat a black man to death. Cops can beat black men to death on camera merely because they ran away. Merely because the black man ran away. That tells you how much our lives matter. And again, I will not allow you, if you say in the comments that these were black officers, it doesn't matter that they were black. It's not. Policies can be racist. Policies can be detrimental to black people, even if they are practiced by black people.
They like to say the case has been reviewed, and they use our policy in this procedure. There's nothing to see here. They did not operate outside of our policy. But do you have racist policies? Do you not see them operate outside of your policies for only certain people? This dude can from the January 6th riot, he can be. I didn't hear any drunk driving charges that he was found guilty of. That was the first reason. The speeding and the drunk driving, are those all off the book for certain people? I mean, for black people, all of those charges would have been would have been thrown in this case for unaliving that woman in a drunken, uh, uh, angry stupor. Woe me, I feel sorry for myself. I'm pissed off. How dare you stop me as I'm leaving and I'm drunk and speeding. None of these charges were on, but they can pile up all because they initially charged him with something, and now it was about unaliving a person. Oh, he would have, if he was black, he'd have got all the charges. You ain't complaining about him not getting no charges for the drunken driving, not being on trial with the drunk driving things on top of unaliving this woman. You ain't complaining about none of that. The unaliving of that woman could possibly get him less time than he would have gotten for being so over the limit drunk.
People can practice racist policies. So when they said that these cops, when the defense attorneys said that these cops followed procedure, that's not the end of story. Especially if the procedures are racist. That is what we call systemic racism. Racism.
Do not say that. Systemic racism. How can you say that? That sounds like some critical race theory stuff. And God forbid that the country is not Lord have mercy, systemically racist. This country is not systemically racist. What are you talking about? Don't you know that critical race theory has been crushed out? You know, the facts of systemic racism in this country is not to be talked about. They may, I think Cash Patel lying ass will have the FBI out on you. You put this video out and saying that. Let's continue.
That is not based on the individual, it's based on the system, the patterns and practices and policies and customs of the system.
There are no racist systems, sir. Don't you know that? You're trying to bombard us with this critical race theory stuff. Sir, there's no such thing as that.
Why should people join us?
All right, so I'm going to drop his link in the chat. He is the Defiant Lawyers Network. So I am already subscribed to him, but I had not planned on showing this today. I did hear about it, but I was just too disgusted with it. But thank you for bringing that up. It is topical. Let me post it right here. Here we go. All right, guys. So there's the link to that actual video that I showed you. Now, let's run down the list of things that I did have. Is there anything else that I missed? Church Mouse, I did say good morning. Defiant Lawyers. Did I say? Yeah, the Defiant Lawyers Network. Okay, let me open up my bag of videos that I did want to talk about. Now, did you guys, oh my God, did you guys see some of those hearings that went on yesterday? Oh my God, there were a lot of foolishness that went on in those hearings yesterday. And we're going to talk about Robitussin shares are about to rise sky high, because remember that that joke that Chris Rock did, that when they were so poor that they had to use Robitussin for everything. If you had a cough, put some take some Robitussin. If you had diarrhea, take some Robitussin. If you broke your arm, put a little Robitussin on it, because you ain't going to no doctor. So it's a lot of people who are not going to be going to any doctors because the GOP is breaking their necks trying to figure out way how they're going to pass this big, beautiful budget, as the idiot 4547 calls it, without touching Medicaid. But it seems like there is no way to get this big, beautiful budget through without cutting Medicaid. And it's a fact, and it's a period, and it is a dot on it. So some of the things that they are thinking about, they're thinking about ways to make the poor pay more. They're thinking about making the poor now pay co-pays. What is poor? Poor is people who are making $15,000 as an individual, or $22,000 as a couple. So on top of you being that poor per year, not per year, on top of you being that poor, they want to make you pay co-pays. They want you to pay deductibles. They want to try to slip little payments in. And now they're also trying to have a certain work requirements. What about the sick and inferred who cannot work? Well, they figure that if you want to get health care, you're going to have to work. These are some of the things that they are talking about putting in health care. Why is this? Why are these savings so important? Why are they trying to save $800 and something billion so they can give tax cuts to the rich? They're trying to affect all of this on the poor, to give tax cuts to the rich, to make the tax cuts to the rich permanent, which is only going to add to the deficit. And let's be clear. The reason why the deficit is so high right now is because this tax cut that 4547 has already given the rich. That's why the deficit is already this high. But he wants to make it permanent. And the only way that they can figure out a way to do this is off of the backs of the poor, taking health care away from the poor. So what is going to be the next thing? If you can't be poor and go to a doctor, what are you going to not be able to do so the rich can get more money? Are you going to have to not get wages for when you go to work so we can give the rich another tax cut? You're going to have to go to work, and you're not going to have a job that has medical insurance. You're not going to be able to get on Medicaid, and you're not going to be paid for the work you do. What are we doing here? If you're poor, and if you want Medicaid, and if there's a work requirement, but you're getting Medicaid, so you're not going to get any pay. But we're not going to pay you. We're giving you health insurance. What are we doing here? But let's review some of the things that I have to share with you. I sure hope my mic was on. Yes, my mic was on for all of this. Okay, so let me share this with you. Oh, this is a good one. Hold on. Let me share my screen. Pierce Morgan. I know you guys probably all heard about the white woman who was at a park and decided to call a child who had autism all types of niggas. and accused the 6-year-old child of trying to steal something for her and proudly calling him a nigger. The first time I heard of the story, she had a GoFundMe up to move out of her neighborhood because she was being harassed about the shit that she did. But she had collected $200,000 on this GoFundMe. People have given her $200,000, and I don't hear anybody blustering about this. I don't hear anything. They're giving her. This is the type of money that these racists are able to comfortably accept, which lets you know that they are not alone. Now, the second time I heard about it, it was $500,000 that she had collected. The third time I heard about it, she has collected over $600,000 to move and get out of her neighborhood. So people are still giving to the tune of $600,000 to a bitch who couldn't even move out of her own neighborhood. So you think that she's living in a 600,000, 500,000, 400,000 neighborhood when she ain't even got the money to move, and y'all still giving her money? No, y'all are applauding her for calling an autistic black child a nigger. That's what you're applauding. This ain't about her moving. This is about you amplifying and applauding that fucking disgusting behavior. So, now, let's get to what I'm going to show you. What I'm going to show you is a clip on Pierce Morgan. And understand that this woman who Pierce Morgan is addressing is a woman who has been a sympathizer for this woman who said this to this child. So let's see how this works out. I have to... let me get the sound. Where is the sound? Let me see. I don't know where the sound... Oh, wait a minute. I don't know where the sound is. I don't know where the sound is. I've seen this with the sound. This one exactly right here. Oh my God. Let me see if I can find it. I'm going to have to find it somewhere else. I don't know why the sound is not playing. Oh, God. Maybe they went through and edited the sound out. That would be crazy. I don't know. Okay, we'll move on. We'll find something different. I apologize. I will pull that up in something else. Okay. So let me see what is the second thing I wanted to talk to you about. Should gun dealers know the law, or is this a hate crime? Okay. This is what a gun dealer has done. And the gun dealer is also an elected official. Here we go. I don't know if you guys have heard this story, but let's take a gander at this story about a gun dealer and an elected official doing some treacherous bullshit.
Shoots a DoorDash employee in the back. That's exactly what happened. I'm going to show you video of this DoorDasher prior to the shooting and give you the update as to what happened. Here it is.
I have a DoorDash. My phone is I don't know. My phone is okay. Huh? I need any help. Okay, thank you.
Put up the picture full mass. Very sad story. Town official shot a DoorDash driver in the back who got lost. This town official shot this individual in the back who got lost and needed directions. Now authorities are investigating if the shooting qualifies as a hate crime. We will get into it. We have footage you just saw. That was the victim on the steps of another home just minutes prior, searching once again for directions. John J. Riley III, 48, now faces felony charges for the shooting, including first-degree assault, criminal possession of a firearm, and second-degree criminal possession of a weapon. We have the details. So in a news release, New York State Police said the shooting happened on May 2nd, 9:50 p.m. at Riley's home in the town of Chester. In doorbell surveillance video obtained by News 12 Westchester, the victim is seen standing on the porch of one home saying, quote, "I have DoorDash, my phone is broken, I need some help." The DoorDash driver was driving around Riley's neighborhood that night trying to locate a home where he was supposed to make a delivery. After losing GPS capabilities, he stopped at several homes to ask residents for directions. He's trying to do his job. Police say Riley only told the DoorDash driver to get off his property before firing multiple shots at the victim as he attempted to leave in his vehicle, striking the victim once in the back, causing serious physical injuries. An Orange County spokesperson told the New York Times that the victim required emergency services, a surgery for injuries that are very serious, but not at this time expected to be fatal. Not at this time expected to be fatal. Authorities have not released the victim's identity at this time. Family members did not identify him either, but local news outlets that the 24-year-old had recently moved to a neighboring town from West Africa. He speaks French and was studying English in Middletown. He had been working for DoorDash for a month. Now, where are we? Young man working.
Have you ever heard content creators say, comment the word burgers below and I'll send you over something for free?
Where are we? We're at a young black man being shot in the back for trying to do a damn job by a white gun dealer who shot him in the back. That's where we are. Where is he? Is he arrested? That's what I want to know. We know where we are.
Free. And then when you comment the word burgers, you instantly...
I'm trying to deliver food so that he can make the small percentage for that particular transaction that he can make so that he can live. So a young man with an honest job, a difficult job, and let's be frank, a job that does not pay a whole lot of money. His phone dies. He loses GPS capabilities. He believes in good faith. And so he knocks on the door of a neighbor or two in order to get directions to the address that he has. He knocks on the door. The man is hostile, tells him to leave the property, and he does. He gets in his car, and he damn near gets killed. Quote, he did stop at our house, one homeowner told News 12, quote, I thought maybe my wife ordered DoorDash. He didn't seem to speak good English, end quote. The victim's family said that his phone had died before the shooting, so he drove himself to a gas station to charge it and call police. A store clerk called police, but the victim left and drove himself home where first responders met him. From there, they rushed him to the hospital. This man has bullets in him. Put up the town supervisor. Town supervisor Brandon Holdridge released a statement on Facebook saying, quote, we are deeply troubled by what has been reported so far. We hope the person who was injured in the incident makes a full and healthy recovery, end quote. Holdridge added that local authorities have recused themselves from the shooting investigation since the man who did the shooting, Mr. Riley, is in fact a town official, and that state police will look into the incident. Riley was elected highway superintendent for the town of Chester in 2021. Police say he is also a federally licensed firearms dealer. And the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives is involved in the ongoing investigation. Riley was booked into the Orange County Jail and his bail was set at $250,000. He'll be back in court on May 9th. We will bring you updates if there are updates to bring. State police say the DoorDash driver was in the wrong place at the wrong time and are in
going to have to pay $25,000 to get out of jail. He is jailed. I didn't realize he was jailed, arrested at all. But we'll follow this case and see where it goes. So I want to go back to this Pierce Morgan case. Most likely he's going to. I've used a piece of his video as fair rights. So I'm using this under the Copyright Act of let me under the section 107 of the Copyright Act of 1976, allowance is made for fair use for the purpose of such as criticism, comment, and news reporting. So I'm using this clip under the Fair Use Act. I want you guys to hear this exchange. Let me share my link with you. And I want to see what you guys think about this. Hold on one second. Here we go.
Tax day has passed, but for millions of Americans, that's where the trouble begins. The IRS is now ramping up enforcement for those who missed the April deadline or still owe back tax.
Here's the thing. White people have been under attack for
levies before they escalate. Call 1-800-958-1000 or visit
Here's the thing. White people have been under attack. Here's the thing. White people have been under attack for Here's the thing. White people have been under attack for years.
Not too late to take control. The consultation is completely free. Acting now could stop penalties, threatening letters, and surprise levies before they escalate. Call 1-800-958-1000 or visit tnusa.com/peers. That's tnusa.com/peers. The tax network.
I apologize. I can't get to the beginning of this segment, so I have to listen to this part.
Work USA. Make the next move, not the IRS.
Here's the thing. White people have been under attack for years. It's been systematic racism. As much as Black people and people of color want to talk about systematic racism in the United
States. Now you see how they lie, and all of a sudden it's okay to lie. We look at these people who run around the beef sector who try to just are unashamed liars. Okay, so white people have been under attack, and it's racism, and all of this has been going on against white people all this time. The fact that you have the audacity to speak up about the racism that has been committed on Black people, then allows the white people to say, oh no, because you're talking up, you're being racist towards me. Okay, let's continue.
The United States, it's quite the opposite. They get preferential treatment when it comes to getting a job, when it comes to getting into colleges. White people,
we get preferential treatments. Have you looked at any job around the United States and count the white people as opposed to the black people who work in any industry? Any industry. So she's just putting out this bullshit. Let's continue.
People, on the other hand, have been getting attacked relentlessly. Look at 2016 and BLM and all the riots. We just had to sit back and watch people burn down.
Yeah, look at 2016 and BLM and all the riots. What were they behind? What were they behind? Police brutality that you guys don't suffer. And you had to sit around and do what?
Our cities and do nothing about it. So the way
you were not allowed to go out and do your lynching and Klan maneuvers, and you just had to sit back and watch your cities burn down. And most of the people who were burning down these cities were white people coming in to make it appear as if this is what the black people were doing. In a lot of cases, we did see a lot. We did see some black people burn some stuff down. I'm not denying that. But then when you guys found that was a good talking point, why are they burning down their cities? Why are they burning? Because the city ain't shit. Because the city wasn't shit. A bunch of row houses and a bunch of off-market stores and all of this type of shit. Why isn't any money being put into black cities? Let's continue.
To fight back against essentially this anti-white hatred that's been systemically, ingrained in U.S. society is with white unity.
Okay, so her point is that this woman is collecting so much money is because the society has been ingrained so much in fighting white people. No, don't fight us. Just lay down and take our racism and don't say anything about it. Or we're going to have to say, hey, we need to protect ourselves from this racism that's coming towards us. Let's continue.
We don't see white unity on
hang on. Okay, but hang on. Sorry, just to be clear, this has got nothing to do with anything you just said. This is a disgusting racist woman who repeatedly spews the N-word, first at a young child, and then at the person taking the video of her, does it with complete impunity.
So let's be clear. She went all over the world to try to justify why white people are giving this woman so much money to allegedly move, because the money is not to move. The money is to applaud her racism. And now she wants to turn it around as if racism is always done towards white people. This country has a history of white people being black people being racist towards white people. So all of this bullshit that she just spewed out, they always don't want to talk about the facts of the matter that are going on. And I was shocked that Pierce Morgan laid into her silly ass. So let's watch this.
Impunity, does it numerous times. We are talking about a bona fide, unquestionable racist. And so I don't understand why what you've just said to me bears any relation to white unity or anything you've just said. She's just a racist, isn't she? You wouldn't dispute that.
It's not about her. It's not about her. It's about
well,
white
it's about
people
her
coming together and supporting another white person. And it doesn't matter.
Why would you want to support a white racist?
Because I want to support free speech, and you cannot have free speech in the country.
Okay, she wants to have free speech. So what she's saying is that white woman should have been allowed to call an autistic child a nigger. So she wants to. She's about supporting free speech. But how come nobody was about supporting anything when it came to the child Carmelo Anthony, who unalived that guy at that track meet, and whose GoFund, well, it wasn't technically who crowdfunding had collected so much money for him to support him and his family. It wasn't about free speech then. Now, it's okay for them to collect money, but it is not okay. You have to get approval from them to collect money for Black people. And God knows, if you collect hundreds of thousands of dollars for Black people, there's a problem. Okay. Let me.
That's fine. You can support free speech, but you also have to be accountable for what you say. She is. I mean, would you use the N-word out of interest?
Yes.
You would?
I do, quite frankly.
You use the N-word quite frequently. Well, why? Other than the fact you're a despicable racist. Are you?
Some would say I am. I guess according to the ADL, I'm a white supremacist. I'm a neo-Nazi.
Yeah, but if you use the N-word repeatedly, you are a racist, then are you?
Sure, I'll embrace that. If that means forwarding, helping white people achieve freedom of speech, real freedom of speech, which, by the way, Shiloh Hendricks is being attacked on all fronts. They're trying to bring legal charges against her. They're trying to get her children taken away. So you were saying Carmelo Anthony, it doesn't matter. That's a different.
Sorry, just to
kind
be
of
clear, you just said to me you use the N-word regularly. In what context?
Now she's going over to the Carmelo Anthony and Shiloh. No, we're talking about you, ho. You said that you use the nigger word freely. No, you don't use shit freely, bitch, because you ain't been popped in your mouth by using it freely. You know when to sneak and use it. You may use it frequently, but you ain't gonna use it in the face of a Black person.
You use it with Black people?
Yes, if it's appropriate.
When would it be appropriate?
Yeah, if I have enough people surrounding me and the Black person is alone, and I want to, I feel safe that I'm surrounded by people who will protect me. Yes, I would use it if it's appropriate. Goodbye.
Use the N-word. When would it be appropriate?
Anytime I feel like it.
So you're an unashamed racist.
Correct.
Well, do you understand that makes you a despicable human being?
I guess so. I don't really care. I mean, why are we not talking about Shiloh Hendricks? Why are we talking about?
Well, actually, I think you've moved it on in this debate very quickly to your own racism, which explains why you've supported her in public and why you've got all these views. You see no problem with a woman shrieking the N-word repeatedly because you yourself are a despicable racist, and you've just proudly admitted that with a smug grin on your face, which is pretty horrifying, actually, for most people to have to watch. And shame on you. You're entitled to do it, and I'm entitled to call you despicable.
Well, shame on white people for allowing themselves to be systematically discriminated against in the United States. This is our country. This is a country that should be.
What do you mean your country?
Because I'm white and my.
What, there are no Black people in American history? Is that what you're saying? That they've all just landed in America, invading your white country? Is that?
How is this your country? I thought that this was the Indians' country. Now they come over here and kill all the Indians, and all of a sudden, this is her country. Do you hear this bullshit? And they have so much racism they had to face.
Is that your position?
Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, they were brought here technically.
Oh, God, do you understand how dumb you sound?
This is stupid. This is stupid and racist. And at some point, we have to ask ourselves, we want to reward this kind of disgusting behavior by platforming it.
I don't disagree, Mark. Listen, I didn't know she was going to say that. I don't disagree with you.
No. Yeah. I'm with you. I don't think you knew ahead of time. I'm saying at this moment, someone who's saying technically Black people brought. No, technically Africans were stolen, enslaved, and they built this country. And the idea that you can justify calling a baby the N-word by saying that white people are losing the country is absurd. It's morally bankrupt, and it's honestly besides the point. I mean, all these are just distractions from the fact that she wants to justify dehumanizing and even animalizing a small Black child. It's disgusting.
Well, I never said that. I never said that.
No, but you may as well have done because you.
Yeah, but he said that. I never said that. I never said that. Look at her. Now she's looking down and denying, trying to separate herself from the ignorance that she just spewed.
Just an unashamed.
That's the implication of your
racist. Let me bring in Myron.
Now, why are you talking over him and giving her so much free reign and not allowing him? What you mean? Let me bring in. See, this is why you piss me off, Pierce.
Smirking and laughing. What's funny about any of this?
Well, I mean, I find it interesting that you guys want to virtue signal and wag the finger and say she's a racist and everything else like this.
No, she's a racist.
Well, let me
I'm not wagging a finger at anybody.
I don't need to
Myron, with respect, Myron, I don't need to wag a finger when somebody says, "Yeah, I'm racist. I use the N-word against Black people." I don't care. That's a racist. I'm not wagging any finger. I'm not accusing anybody. She is admitting it proudly. Even you can't defend that, surely.
Everybody is racist to some degree. The reality is it depends on, a lot of people want to be politically correct. A lot of people want to sit there and say, I'm not racist at all. We all have biases. We all have stereotypes. We all make jokes.
There's a difference. There's a difference between biases and racism. So everybody is racist and all this, dumbing down. Dumbing down the actual facts is a problem. Dumbing down the facts to make it seem like your racism is okay. Because people have proper biases about your racism.
We all are racist to some degree. Now, how racist you are is a whole other situation, but everyone is racist. That's number one. Next thing I want to say. See, I think the Shiloh, Hendricks, and Metcalf situation is a microcosm of a much bigger problem. And that bigger problem is what I call systemic organization. And what I mean by this is for decades, we've had Black people literally running around with Black supremacy, committing crimes, not getting accountability for their actions, and then they blame the system for it. For example,
and that's why the jails are overrun with Black people. Really? Really? So this is, let's see.
George Floyd, criminal. Ferguson, criminals. Freddie Gray, criminal. A lot of these people are criminals, and what ends up happening?
January 6th, criminals. This is one of these fresh and fit idiots. I forget. I haven't even gone into this idiot. This is I don't even know what race this motherfucker is. But when he's out somewhere and he's mistaken for being a Black man, don't nobody give a fuck about your bootlicking motherfucker. Your time is going to come as well. And then you're going to see the light. Why? Because it happens to you. So let's see what this conversation was all about. Let's see what this was all about.
Child.
Call him a child?
Like this woman to say a racially harmful term to me. So if she says it, I'm the victim of it.
Two recent stories in the US have laid bare the shocking levels of racial division in American society, amplified by extreme and viral takes on social media. 17-year-old Carmelo Anthony is a Black teenager charged with stabbing a white boy to death at a school track meeting in April. More than $600,000 in donations have poured in, not for the victim's grieving family, but for his alleged killer. Last week, Shiloh Hendricks went viral after a video showed the young mother racially abusing a 5-year-old, allegedly for stealing from her young child.
Call him a child? Did you call the child word? It is my own business. You call him a... Okay, why don't you have the boss to say it right now again? Huh? All right, that's what you say. Nobody digging into your shit. That little kid, you call him the little child? Are you about to hit him? You chase him here?
He took my son's stuff.
So that gives you the right to call the child 5-year-old.
Well, as you can see, Hendricks doesn't deny using the slur. In fact, she repeats it many times. That's all the stuff is bleeped out. When a bystander in the park follows her with his smartphone. Hendricks set up a fundraiser on the same website as Carmelo Anthony's supporters, on which she wrote, "I called the kid out for what he was." Incredibly, that campaign has now raised more money than the first one, surpassing $655,000 at the time of taping the show. Well, the boss of the website, Give, Send, Go, is accused of facilitating brazen racism on a platform whose motto is "Money is temporary, Jesus is eternal. He will join me later." Liberals say this is exactly what they've been warning about, that the post-BLM backlash, the crushing of DEI, has provided a fig leaf for outright bigotry. Conservatives were similarly outraged by the support for Carmelo Anthony, an alleged murderer.
Okay, so that's all. Church Mouse, thank you for helping me get to my goals. Okay, let me, I was behind the scenes. Let me catch up with these comments. I just wanted you, I'm surprised Piers Morgan took a 360. He was borderline racist too. Now he thinks he can go at Kanye West. He needs to stick to his own skin, folks, not ours. Okay. Me too. I like when he drags them. That is just, he don't get no pass because you see he's his alleged killer. Like how dare they give were you so offended when they gave all that money to Kyle Rittenhouse? Were you so offended when they gave all that money to David Pierce? Okay. No, she didn't. Unbelievable. Yeah. So let me drop this link. You guys can go over there. So I want you guys to be able to go over there and watch this whole segment. I don't know why the audio was taken off and off of that Instagram link, which made me have to go to the real link, but there's the real link. Go check out that whole segment. She uses it in her home. That's where she uses it. Okay. They won't use it with black people. They know better. If there was a self-hating black person, that is, when it flies, damn black people and black people either. Okay. So thank you again, Church Mouse, for supporting the goals to teach you something that you may not have known today. Let them all out themselves. We need to know who's the racist amongst us. Yes, we do. Tell it. I understand his outburst, but her laughing made me so angry. Okay. Yeah, so it's it's a lot. It's a lot. So there's that. I that was one of the things I wanted to see if you guys had heard about. I just wanted to see if you guys had heard about that. So now let's talk about this grifting that's going on in the White House. Now, 4547 has finally admitted that he is still in control of his businesses. Okay, so let me share this with you. And he has not divested from his personal businesses, which is, I thought that was against the law. But somebody is finally bringing that up. Trump's conflicts of interest. Here we go.
The gentleman from California, Mr. Min, is recognized for 60 minutes as a designee of the minority leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the recognition to speak tonight. Before I begin my remarks, I want to ask for unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and to submit extraneous materials into the record.
Without objection.
Thank you. Now, we just heard all day from Republicans on the other side of the aisle that the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act is going to lead to helping small businesses and reducing the deficit. But what we just missed in all this discussion was any discussion of the T word. And I'm not talking about Trump here. I'm talking about tariffs. In fact, when I talk to the small businesses in my district, that is the number 1, number 2, and number 3 concerns that they have. And when we talk about the deficits and the jobs creation that the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act are supposed to have, note that this is going to add $7 trillion to our national debt. It will blow up our deficit. And in fact, Donald Trump is responsible for roughly 40% of the national debt just in the 4 years in which he was in office. And he oversaw, of course, the worst jobs record of any president since Herbert Hoover. That's right. He oversaw the worst jobs growth of any president since the Great Depression. And now it looks like he is doubling down on those failed policies. And congressional Republicans are looking to support those efforts and potentially take us into the Great Depression 2.0, as economist after economist has warned us. But that is not what I'm here to talk about today. I rise today to speak about the Trump administration's egregious Hatch Act violations and also Congress's failure to hold Donald Trump and his administration accountable for these gross violations of law. And that is, of course, a theme that we have seen. Trump has bent and broken the law, key provisions of the Constitution over and over and over. And yet this body, which, as any kid knows, is supposed to be a co-equal branch of government to the president, the executive branch, has rolled over and played dead rather than holding anybody accountable. So today we heard another oversight hearing about something that people in my district just don't care about, trans athletes who are fencing in different types of competitive atmospheres. That may be something for local sporting bodies to take up. It is not something that is pressing to my constituents. It's not pressing in the way that the corruption, the lawlessness, the tariffs, or so many other things are. And the Hatch Act, I think, embodies the problems we're seeing right now with just the sheer criminality and lawlessness of this administration and the failure of Congress, again, a co-equal branch of government, in standing up for itself. We have an hour for this special order, but we would need much more time to talk about all the Hatch Act violations made by members of the Trump administration. And this is important to me because as someone who has spent my career trying to uphold the rule of law, I turned down Wall Street to begin my career at the Securities and Exchange Commission to crack down on corporate fraud, exactly of the type that Donald Trump and many of his allies are committing right now, securities fraud, corporate fraud, and the like. Whether as a law professor at the University of California, Irvine, I have spent my career trying to uphold law enforcement and the rule of law. And right now, we are just seeing a level of sheer criminality and lawlessness that is unprecedented in history. What is happening right now makes the Teapot Dome scandal, all these scandals we read about in history, look like penny ante stuff. And the Trump administration is doing everything it can right now to allow for people to violate the Hatch Act. And I want to emphasize the Hatch Act was a series of laws passed by Congress to prevent senior officials in the administration from abusing their positions, their official executive branch positions, to campaign, to engage in politics. And so, of course, the Trump administration issued an executive order essentially undoing many of the provisions of the Hatch Act, allowing members of the administration to use their official offices to campaign for Donald Trump and Republicans, something that is totally outrageous, something that is totally in defiance of the Hatch Act. This is a law that we passed in Congress, and no, the president does not get to make law by executive order. Executive orders, this president has issued more executive orders than the last 10 presidents combined already, and we're only 3.5 months into his presidency. Executive orders do not rewrite laws that we pass. And I want to remind you all something that my kids learned in 3rd grade, that Article 1 of the Constitution gives Congress, and only Congress, the authority to create laws, to enact laws. The president does not get to rewrite laws that we pass, including the Hatch Act, by just having his lawyers come up with some nonsense and calling it an executive order. And yet that is what we have seen done here. The administration has also directed the Office of Special Counsel to refer Hatch Act violations by White House commissioned officers directly to the president for disciplinary action, rather than the Independent Merit Systems Protection Board. What he is basically saying is send those to the White House. And if you expect this White House to enforce...
let the police police the police. That's what he's. We think somebody who has put a bunch of people who are criminals or who are willing to do any criminal act that he asks of them. We expect them to police themselves. That's why he told them, bring them to me so nothing will happen to them. That's what he's saying.
To enforce any violations of law committed by a Trump supporter. Well, you haven't been following the news at all because, of course, this White House, this president, from the very beginning, when he pardoned all of the January 6th felons, including people that had assaulted police officers, he pardoned them, again, showing his contempt for the rule of law. So if we're relying on the White House to enforce the law, we've got another thing coming. Now, this is good news for people like Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick, who told viewers during a Fox News interview in March that they could buy Tesla stock, that they should buy Tesla stock. Again, violating his position, abusing his position, going on national television to promote a stock aligned with Donald Trump's interests. It also looks to be great news for people like Lynn Patton, who's returning to work for President Trump this week after finishing up a 2-month suspension from federal service after she improperly used her position with the Department of Housing and Urban Development for political purposes during President Trump's first term. It's also good news for all the White House employees who helped set up that shameless display where Trump and his White House essentially turned the White House lawn into a Tesla dealership promoting Tesla. Where is the rule of law? Where is the concern for enforcement of the rule of law? I know a lot of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle profess to care a lot about crime. And yet we have seen them turn a blind eye over and over and over to the many, many acts of criminality committed by this administration. With that, I want to yield to my colleague from Long Beach, the former mayor of Long Beach, the best-looking politician out of Long Beach, Mr. Robert Garcia.
Thank you, Congressman Min. I appreciate you having this opportunity for us to speak. We all know that the Hatch Act is here to keep partisan politics out of our government. It's been in place for over 80 years, and I rise today to make sure that our government serves every single American. Now, we know that the Hatch Act protects public service from being used for political gain. It means you can't use a government office to help a political campaign or promote a candidate. Now, I was mayor of Long Beach for 8 years, 2 terms, and I knew it didn't matter how my constituents voted. We had to serve them all equally. We had to put our community above politics. Now, here in Washington, the Hatch Act was written to keep trust in our government strong. It helps make sure public officials stay focused on the job they were elected or hired to do, not on personal or political goals. But Donald Trump, of course, thinks he is above the law. We've seen President Trump and Elon Musk try to pressure government workers to do their bidding, to help themselves personally and politically. Now, in his first term, Donald Trump profited from his hotels in violation of the Constitution. But now his conduct is even more extreme. Now, just days before his inauguration, Trump launched a meme coin. Buyers can now funnel money directly to Donald Trump's pockets, and it is happening. And we know that he actually offered the top buyers of this coin a private dinner at his golf club. He's basically selling access to the presidency for cash. Now, we also saw Donald Trump fire someone whose job was actually to look into and punish Hatch Act violations. By doing that, he removed someone whose job was to hold rule breakers like himself accountable. Now, it's clear he doesn't care about anything but himself, and he's putting his MAGA politics ahead of the law. The American people deserve better than this. Now, that's why
Do you guys hear anyone on CNN being upset that he has fired the person who's in charge of holding people responsible for violation of the Hatch Act that is being violated every day? No, you don't. You don't hear the media talking about this at all. They're trying to act as what's going on right now is normal. None of this shit is normal that is going on in politics right now, but they're trying to normalize it. Why? Because they are beholden to this for-profit media is beholden to 45, 47. If they're not, they will have hell to pay, and they don't want to pay the hell. So in order for them to stay comfortable and tell you the truth about what's going on in this nation, they'll just omit, lie by omission, and ignore all of this illegal stuff that is going on. And there's more. Let's continue.
why I've introduced the Hatch Act Enforcement, Transparency, and Accountability Act just earlier this year. This bill will make sure that we know when the executive branch chooses not to investigate a Hatch Act violation. It requires full transparency so we can see exactly how and why those decisions are being made. Now, if the Trump administration or anyone else in power refuses to investigate a clear violation, we will know why, and we will demand accountability. We can't let powerful people break the rules. Not Donald Trump, not Donald Trump's family, not Elon Musk, not anyone. The Hatch Act was made to keep things fair and honest in government. It's a simple rule that protects all of us. We can't let anyone ignore it. By properly enforcing the Hatch Act, we're not just saying we want to protect our democracy, we're actually doing it. This protects our government workers, our agencies, and our whole country. There have been extreme violations of the Hatch Act by the Donald Trump presidency, not just this time in this term, but also in the first term. We saw how they abused their office for real estate deals outside of government. We saw how foreign governments flowed and sent money to his family when they left the White House. And Donald Trump today, by the use of the meme coin and other means, are profiting off our government. We need to ensure that our government is working openly and fairly for everyone, not just for those with a political agenda. With that, thank you, and I yield back to Congressman Min.
Thank you, Mr. Garcia. And I just want to echo the comments you just made, Mr. Garcia. We're roughly...
Okay, so the rest of this is in my community box. Let me share this with you as well. Hold on. Let's see how he's enriching himself in the office of the presidency. This is called the Trump Organization admits president still controls his businesses in a filing. So he has finally come out and admitted in a filing that he had to file that he's still in control of his businesses.
Trump Organization admits president still controls his business in new filing.
Hold on. This is from Forbes. Here we go.
Donald Trump, who has long tried to suggest he has little to do with the operations of his business empire, retains power over the trust that holds his assets, according to a filing his business submitted to British regulators last month. The document, titled, quote, Notice of Individual Person with Significant Control, identifies Donald John Trump, born in June 1946, as someone with influence over Golf Recreation Scotland Limited, the entity through which the president holds Trump Turnberry, a golf resort that hosted 4 British Opens before Trump purchased it in 2014. A more detailed section of the filing, labeled, quote, Nature of Control, specifies that, quote, the person has the right to exercise or actually exercises significant influence or control over the activities of a trust. The Donald J. Trump Revocable Trust holds Golf Recreation Scotland Limited and, via a web of additional entities, virtually every other asset in Donald Trump's empire. By stating that Trump has control over the trust, his business appears to admit that Trump maintains a grip on his entire empire. The Nature of Control section goes on to describe the role of the trust's designated trustee or trustees during Trump's first term, his son Don Jr. and executive Alan Weisselberg, with Eric Trump serving as chairman of the advisory board of the trust. The document says, quote, the trustees of that trust, in their capacity as such, have the right to exercise or actually exercise significant influence or control over the company. Or, in plain English, Trump delegated authority while retaining ultimate power. Back in early 2017, after Trump promised he would not talk about his business with his heirs, first son Eric Trump told Forbes that the president would receive financial updates, quote, probably quarterly. Around that time, ProPublica obtained a document suggesting that Trump could demand money from the trust at any point. The president spent much of his first term visiting his properties, decamping to Mar-a-Lago so often that he nicknamed it the, quote, Winter White House. His ambassador to the United Kingdom reportedly told people Trump asked him to look into whether the British government could help direct the British Open to Turnberry. The president also tried to steer the G7 meeting of global leaders to his golf resort in Miami. A document filed with the Securities and Exchange Commission in December 2024 said that Trump remains the sole beneficiary of his trust. Even in moments that the president has feigned separation from his business, he sometimes hints at the truth. For example, in 2017, Trump hosted a press conference to highlight his moves to hand things off to his heirs. At the conclusion of the event, however, he couldn't help but assert control, saying, quote, I hope at the end of 8 years, I'll come back and say, oh, you did a good job. Otherwise, if they do a bad job, I'll say, you're fired. He also named an ethics lawyer during his first term, Bobby Birchfield, then replaced him with William Burke. In a social media post last month, Trump suggested his business should ditch Burke. Eric Trump confirmed within hours that the Trump Organization was parting ways with the attorney. Nonetheless, efforts to portray the president as separate from his multi-billion-dollar empire persist. Contacted last month about a story that measured the impact tariffs had on Trump's business, a spokesperson for the White House responded, quote, the president's assets are in a trust managed by his children while he was working overtime to lead the country to economic prosperity. White House representatives did not respond to inquiries about the new filing. A spokesperson for the Trump Organization did weigh in, however. The spokesperson said, quote, this was a simple administrative update. The structure of the business has not changed. So, in other words, despite efforts to make it seem otherwise, the president has apparently been in control all along. For full coverage,
who didn't know that? Who didn't know that? Okay, so there's more. We're just gonna keep it coming. Let's see what else I want to share about all of this grifting that is going on in the White House. Let me see. We see that he is in control of all his businesses. But let's see. Let me see. What is the name of this one? Let's see what he feels about the money that you should have. Is it this one? No, it's not that one. Okay, here we go. Now, we're getting into our Medicaid cuts portion of the show. Let me share my screen. Well, let's go to this one. I'm not sure of all that's in this one, but let's check this one out. Trump gets instant karma as his plans crash.
Looks so utterly pathetic to the international community. And we know here in the United States that his approval is plummeting. And I think the world is seeing what a pathetic and weak fool he is. This meme right here is kind of defining the Trump regime right now. It's Donald.
You will own one doll and be happy. So this man who is using the presidency to enrich himself says that children should be happy with one or two dolls. And then he, after he was ridiculed about it, he bought it up to two, 3, 5, or 7 dolls. But let's watch this.
Donald Trump in AI form wagging his finger at a little girl saying, you will own one doll and one pencil and you will be happy, little girl, and you're going to pay more money for it because the Trump regime central planners say that's what little girls get. Stop asking for all of these dolls. That's actually something that Donald Trump's been repeating over and over again as his presidency continues to plummet and spiral out of control. Now, as Donald Trump is doing that, let's take a look at what else he's doing as well. Of course, yesterday he continued to push his Trump meme coins, enriching himself as he's still done no deals in the trade war against the world. One of the things we've learned is that the Trump family net worth, though, while Donald Trump's wagging his fingers at little girls saying you can only own one pencil and one doll, and while mortgage rates are soaring and housing is less affordable and inflation is on the rise, the new Goldman Sachs report shows inflation's coming back and it's coming back bad, folks. Donald Trump's family's net worth has increased by $2.9 billion thanks to crypto investments, according to new reports. Also, we know that the Abu Dhabi fund is going to be using Trump crypto in billions of dollars worth of transactions, shifting transaction fees right into Donald Trump and his kids' pocket.
And we do know that he uses anything that is, he gets 85% of anything that goes through. He's like the broker of this stuff. So you whatever deals you make, he gets 85% of money hand over fist. That's his broker's fees. Remember, somebody was talking about it that I showed, and they showed the clip of, I think it was from Mad Money with Matthew McConaughey, said that these people think that they are getting rich, but we are way richer than them. We being the brokers. That's what's going on here.
As Donald Trump then continues to do deals with Qatar for Trump resorts, deals with Saudi Arabia for Trump resorts in Oman, and Don Jr. continues with his club called the Executive Branch, which he's selling memberships for $500,000 a member.
Okay, and let's not forget this weekend, he will be going to the UAE, Saudi Arabia, and Qatar. He's going to be making some money this weekend, it appears.
Membership. One of the things that went down yesterday that we got to talk about as well is Donald Trump firing his Surgeon General via a social media post. Now, Donald Trump's prior Surgeon General was a Surgeon General named Dr. Nashiwat, and Laura Loomer.
But this is what he has for us, the American people. The Surgeon General, someone who is supposed to be supposed to be a serious doctor, is supposed to have serious credentials. Let's see who he's replacing the Surgeon General with. We understand that all of his nominees and appointees are highly unqualified for these positions that he has them in. So let's hear more about the Surgeon General and her accoutrements or lack thereof.
Wanted that doctor fired. So then Donald Trump hired like a social media, like a junk science, fake science kind of influencer person by the name of Casey Means, who I don't even think is a licensed doctor, to be the Surgeon General. And of course, Donald Trump announced it via a social media post. Donald Trump goes, I am pleased to announce that Dr. Casey Means will be nominated as our next Surgeon General of the United States of America. Casey has impeccable MAHA credentials and will work closely with our wonderful Secretary of Health and Human Services, Robert F. Kennedy Jr. Well, Andrea Love, PhD, explains Casey Means is a grifter who dropped out of her ENT residency to start a company selling glucose monitors and health all to non-diabetics. She doesn't know basic science, yet claims she's a metabolism expert. Incomplete ENT residency does not an expert make. But of course, she's now up for Surgeon General. Pat Dennis says, here's a list of things our new Surgeon General, Casey Means, did to find love at age 35 per her newsletter. Shrine, full moon ceremonies, she talked to trees, and then she did mushrooms. Even Donald Trump's close advisor, Laura Loomer, says, what are you doing? Aren't surgeon generals supposed to be top doctors, not people who appear not to even have their licenses? We'll report more on this today, but that's Donald Trump's Surgeon General for you folks. Also, Donald Trump tends to announce today, according to the New York Times, that he's going to do some sort of deal with the United Kingdom, but it seems to be one of those fake deals to manipulate the market again, because Donald Trump realized that systemically our market, our actual economy right now is breaking. But what he saw...
Okay, so that's what I wanted to share with you. That is in my description box. If you want to view the whole show, go over there and check out the Midas Touch. I highly recommend them. Let me see. Now, let's get into Trump is to gut Medicaid. Here we go. This is status quo. It's the status quo. Okay. I have more from them as well.
Seen parts of the budget reconciliation bill that is being proposed by Republicans. David has a new piece up this morning in the prospect. Medicaid cuts in Republican bill would charge poor people more for coverage. Again, I'm really glad to have you here to talk us through this. So just to give a little bit of background, the prospect has seen parts of the budget reconciliation bill that is being proposed by Republicans. And again, your piece is focusing on the proposed cuts to Medicaid in the bill. So can you walk us through a little bit of what you found looking through that?
Yeah. So what we know is that Republicans in their reconciliation instructions said that the Energy and Commerce Committee, which handles a lot of the healthcare stuff, has to find $880 billion in cuts over 10 years in the bill. And they haven't quite done so, but what they have done is pretty punitive. Obviously, Republicans are dealing with a hardliner faction that wants as many cuts as possible, and a moderate faction that is worried, especially those for whom Medicaid is a major healthcare program in their districts. They're wary of cuts, and they have said, oh, we're only we're only going to do waste, fraud, and abuse, and we're not going to cut benefits for anybody. Well, the big thing here in the bill is that it would add what is euphemistically called cost sharing to people who make above the federal poverty line and are on Medicaid. What cost sharing means is that ordinary people who are beneficiaries will have to pay more for the services that they get in Medicaid. That could mean a premium. Usually there's not a premium in Medicaid. Particularly people usually are protected from that. It could mean copay.
Okay, so I thank you, Liz. What I said on that whole tirade, but basically they're afraid now. Now the Republicans are getting their voices because they're no longer able to just sit back with their hands, with their sitting on their fingers and their arms folded, as they are going to be able to go back to their constituents and say, well, these are the president's policy. Now they are going to have to actually take this ball of bullshit that he's given them as a budget to make permanent tax cuts for the rich, and they are going to have to put their fingers in the scissors and do the cutting, and which he will be able to turn around and say, oh, I didn't do it. Your state representative did this. And so now they see the writing has always been on the wall anyway. You sitting back and not doing anything as you allow 45, 47 to do whatever he wants to your constituents. That wasn't going to get you voted back in the first place. And now that you are going to have to make the cuts, now y'all are wrangling and y'all are having a hard time with this part of the bill. But why are you telling us? Go tell 45, 47 who put the bill in your lap. But y'all are trying to make us try to give a fuck about the problems that you're having, giving tax cuts to the rich and having a problem with where you're going to cut Medicaid to the poor. That ain't our problem to figure out. It's your problem to understand that you are not going to be re-voted back in under any circumstances. Are we clear that the poorest country in the poorest states in the United States are red states? And these are the majority. I don't know. I won't say. Per capita, I say, there is going to be a large swath of people in red states who are going to lose their Medicaid. And per capita, the red states use Medicaid the most. Let's continue.
Pays. So you go to the doctor, you got to pay $10, $15, $30, whatever. It could mean a variety of fees and things like that. And basically, they're just gathering money on people who are the most vulnerable in society. I mean, the federal poverty level right now is $15,000, $15,650 for an individual, or something like $21,000 for a couple. So anyone making more than that would be subject to these cost sharing measures. And that's
cost sharing. You're going to have cost sharing measures. You making $15,000 a year. I don't even understand how you living. So what cost sharing money will you have? I don't know. But these are some of the options that the Republicans are thumbing through. The Republicans who didn't want to take any amendments from the Democrat side, who were walking in as they were like they were John Wayne, some big bad cowboy, and now they're wrangling their hands and like we don't want to do cost sharing. Well, we don't want to do this. Why are you telling us? How come you ain't tell 45, 47? How come you ain't going to tell him any of this? Oh, let's continue.
It's not a lot of money to have to also kick in when you're on Medicaid for additional funds in order to be able to get your healthcare coverage. What it's probably going to mean is either less disposable income for individuals, or they'll forego coverage because they can't afford the copay. So it's going to be
less disposable income. Do they have any disposable income if they are only making $15,000 or $22,000 as a couple? Where's the disposable income in any of that? or they're going to have to go without health care. We're going to be back to using the emergency room for your primary care physician, which helps people die earlier because they could have conditions that a real primary care could have prevented, treated, and extended your life. And you're going to be putting off because you have no health care insurance, and it's a lot of these hospitals are now throwing patients out, refusing to see patients that have chronic issues. It's not like your emergency room doctor is going to be able to give you a prescription, a long prescription. He'll give you a prescription for a week or two. But what you think you're just gonna keep going back to the emergency room when you need your prescription filled? No, they're gonna be throwing you out of these emergency rooms. That's what's gonna happen. It's gonna go back to that type of shit. People act like they don't remember that this is what it was, and they were denying treatment to people who were trying to use who had things wrong with them, but surely these hospitals were not going to take these patients in because it would cost them so much money. So they were going to just try to put a Band-Aid on you and send you on your way, and then deny you treatment the next time you come back because they know what's really wrong with you, and they're not going to spend the money to treat you because they know you poor, and they're not going to get their money back. Are we clear on how this works? And so when Obama was trying to get the Affordable Care Act passed, these are the same people who said that there would be death panels for seniors. So are we going to talk about the death panels that they are looking at giving poor people? How come we're not talking about death panels now? Let's keep it above. But I guess everybody is so independently wealthy that this is no concern, that they can't be bothered to understand what is really about to affect their lives or the lives of their loved ones or people in their family. Who gives a fuck? Okay, I'm just giving you the information, though. I will not be remiss in giving the information, using my channel to give information.
It's going to be less utilization of healthcare. And so it's not just the money that the government gets savings from, it's the fact that people might use less healthcare and therefore they'll save on those treatment costs.
Absolutely. I mean, that's just insane. And there are roughly like 74 million Americans who are currently enrolled in Medicaid. And I think there's like 7 million additional Americans who are enrolled in, I think, CHIP, so coverage for children. So, I mean, that is a huge proportion of people in this country. And if we're talking about, increasing costs to people who are above the federal poverty line, you said that's $15,000. I don't know how anyone anywhere in the country survives by themselves on $15,000 or $22,000 for two people. So adding additional costs to these people's lives, like it's I don't know. The president was go ahead.
Well, and it breaks this sort of red line that moderates have had, where they said, "Look, we'll go after waste in the system, but we're not going to do anything that hampers the coverage that people have." And so what people have to know is that, that's what these alleged moderate Republicans said. And now they're preparing to go forward with a bill that does just that. So the question is, a dozen Republicans said, we're not going to vote for anything that does this. So are they going to be true to their word? I mean, that's one of the big things. But that's not the only thing in terms of Medicaid cuts that's in the bill. One of the big items is work requirements. And that means that what are called able-bodied adults would have to work in order to get Medicaid. And this isn't totally about getting more jobs. The fact of the matter is that 61% of people on Medicaid already work. The goal here is to make it harder to enroll and to make it more convoluted to enroll. There's another piece that changes a Biden-era rule that made it easier for eligibility purposes and easier to enroll, and they want to repeal that. So the goal is.
And this work requirement, you hear that a lot of people on Medicare are already working. So if you're already working, why are you still on Medicare? Why is Medicare your only option for insurance if you're already working? And let's understand, some of these people are already working for big companies who are about to get these tax cuts, like the Walmart. A lot of people are working there and still are on Medicaid because they give them just enough hours to not have to pay in to their health care. A lot of these people who are working at places like Dollar Tree, what's the other place? Family Dollar. These big corporations that has plenty of money, but pay you just enough to keep you being able to collect welfare. These are big, huge corporations. Why are their employees not getting health care since they are working? Why are so many people who are working still on Medicaid? Make that make sense. Hey, who just came in? Hey, Z Sarah. Hey, Bernice. Grand rising to you all. I apologize for my mic being off. It's amazing that universal health care is not the standard in a country with the wealth that America has. It's not amazing because America is so busy trying to pacify the rich. America has a slanted a view on things. Everybody wants the proximity of rich people and the adornment of rich people when rich people don't give a fuck about y'all. Everybody is too many delusional motherfuckers who care so much about what the rich have and acquiring and appearing to be wealthy. That's the problem with Americans. Americans are not going to come out here and say, hey, we need this. Hey, we need that. No, because everybody is so busy trying to act like they the next baddest bitch. So God forbid that they say that they need anything. So that's the problem with America. They have made you ashamed for keeping you poor. They made you feel ashamed about being poor, as they are the ones who are keeping their foot on your neck and keeping your wages low, who are allowing these big corporations to hire people who come in America undocumented. These are the people. These are the people who are allowing this. Okay, so let me play a little bit more of this and we'll move on.
It's kind of like when, in the days before the Affordable Care Act, they put the insurance office on the 7th floor with no elevator. So you'd have to walk up all these steps to get to the insurance office. So you wouldn't get insurance. That's the goal here, is to put in a bunch of hurdles so that it's harder to get Medicaid and it's harder to stay on Medicaid. One of the things that's going to be done is there was a change that Biden did that said the redetermination process where your eligibility is checked again. Oh, are you eligible now for Medicaid? That was done once a year under this Biden package. They would change that to every 6 months. And it's just to attempt to kick people off the Medicaid rolls in a more efficient fashion, So that's kind of the purpose of a lot of these other elements of the bill. And then the other one that I think is really noteworthy is under the Biden administration, they put in what was called the safe staffing rule. And this was a rule that added a certain minimum number of nurses and nurse practitioners in nursing homes. And nursing homes, a lot of people in there are on Medicaid because Medicaid, unlike other federal programs, picks up the cost of nursing home care. So now, the Republican bill would repeal that safe staffing rule, which makes things much more dangerous. They derive some minor savings from this, probably because they don't have to vet all these nursing homes and just undergo the compliance standards and implement the regulation. It's a very
And that regulation, the nursing home have not been regulated by the number of staff that they have to care for the patient. And so Biden put this in, and they're about to take this out because claiming that it's saving them money. Money at what? At what risk? Having so few people in these homes that people who are going to be working at these homes, who are going to start valuing their own work less because it's only two people on a shift with God knows how many patients that they cannot take care of, and what's going to suffer? Patient care is going to suffer. The most vulnerable people are these old people who need care. Their care is going to wane, and they're going to suffer. So, what does that help speed up? That helps speed up death. That helps speed up death. So let's be clear. All of this is to give tax breaks to the rich. So this link is in my description box. Go on over and check it out. And I'm going to move forward. Keep Us Poor is a business for them, a business that enriched them and their descendants. Exactly. We are in danger of seeing the elderly toughed out of nursing homes and into the street. Some bullshit for sure. Okay, yes, it's a lot of bullshit. So, but hey, it's, there is some money out here to be made. Let me see. What is this? Okay, here we are. Let me share this with you. While Trump is scoffing at Trump scoffed at rising prices for families, while his inner circle cashes in on foreign deals. That's the name of this. Go over there and check this out. Let me give this a like. This is now. Somebody asked 4547. You know how he gave carve outs for different automobile sales and things like that. Somebody asked, are you going to give carve out in these tariffs? In the tariffs for different automobile companies and parts and all of this type of stuff. Somebody asked him, are you going to give carve outs for things that new mothers need or mothers need, like cribs, car seats, all these types of things? They asked him, and he said, he never has an idea until the press asks him a question. And we're working on it, and we're probably going to announce something in 2 days. You're not working on anything. You just have been given the idea to a question that you cannot affirmatively answer yes to, which you need to be answering yes to. But we're working on that now, and we'll probably have it out in 2 weeks. We'll have it out in 24 hours. We'll have it out. You're not working on it. You're gonna put somebody on it right now. No, that's what you're gonna do. You're gonna put somebody on it right now to give you an answer that sounds good if the question is asked again. So they asked him about the things that mothers and parents would need that are unilaterally made in China. China, who's not shipping anything over to us anymore. Mothers and parents who are not going to be able to access the things that they need direly. They need car seats. Car seats are manufactured in China. So they asked, is he going to carve out something? And he said, yeah, well, I'm probably thinking about it, but probably not. Let's check this out.
Announced his sweeping and pretty ridiculous. So it's been more than a month, if you can believe it, since Donald Trump announced his sweeping and pretty ridiculous tariffs. But Mr. Art of the Deal, as he calls himself, has not yet struck a single trade deal, not a single one, with any single country. But someone very close to him has. This you can see right here is Lesotho. It's a tiny, tiny country surrounded entirely by South Africa. It's literally in the middle of South Africa. Now, just to put the size of the country in perspective, which you can definitely tell from the map, It's roughly the size of the state of Maryland, has about a third of the population. So it's teeny tiny, but it was still hit with tariffs by the Trump team. And while Trump and the White House have not managed to strike a deal with the Kingdom of Lesotho, the Washington Post reports tonight that Elon Musk has. This is from that brand new reporting. Less than 2 weeks after President Donald Trump announced 50% tariffs on goods from the tiny African nation of Lesotho, they even note the size, the country's communications regulator held a meeting with representatives of Starlink. Now, Starlink, as you all know, is, of course, Elon Musk's satellite communications company. And according to the Washington Post, Starlink had been seeking access to customers in Lesotho for some time. But it was not until Trump unveiled the tariffs and called for negotiations over trade deals that leaders of the country awarded Musk's firm the nation's first ever satellite internet service license. It's quite a coincidence, isn't it? Now, this deal even drew a mention in an internal State Department memo obtained by the Washington Post. And here's what that memo said. As the government of Lesotho negotiates a trade deal with the United States, it hopes that licensing Starlink demonstrates goodwill and intent to welcome U.S. businesses. The diplomatic translation of that for all of you is the government of Lesotho feels like it's being awfully generous with the Starlink deal, and they're hoping that means something good for them down the road. Now, you may be thinking, Elon Musk is the world's richest guy. Why would he care about landing the satellite contract for a country the size of Maryland? The answer to that question is that it's not just Lesotho. The Post also reports that Starlink has won at least partial accommodations from Somalia, the Democratic Republic of Congo, Bangladesh, Pakistan, and Vietnam. And the Post even notes this is probably not a comprehensive count, which means everyone, more coming probably. Now, it would be one thing if countries were just trying to fill the pockets of Elon Musk on their own accord. Maybe because they see Musk in the Oval Office a lot, he's close to Trump, they're calculating a benefit. But the eye-popping element of today's reporting in the Washington Post is that the Post claims to have obtained internal government messages that show U.S. embassies and the State Department proactively pushing nations towards Starlink. I mean, it doesn't get much more blatant than this. And I'm just going to quote the story again here because I think it tells you kind of what you need to know. Under Trump, Secretary of State Marco Rubio has signed at least 2 cables asking department staffers worldwide to promote American satellite services, including Starlink, mentioned by name in both missives. Now, another
Marco Rubio is really getting on my last nerves with this bullshit that he's out here. Are we gonna let Marco Rubio forget that the reason why he is over here because his I think it was his grandfather or his father came over to America as an undocumented immigrant. And he's over here trying to be some authoritarian when that was the alleged reason that they fled Cuba. And now he's over here setting up deals for Elon Musk because he's such a kiss ass and want access. Does he think that this is going to put him anywhere in the feeble runnings ahead in these feeble runnings that he make to be the president of the United States? No, I think that it's going to make people be repulsed by you the next time you try to do a venture on your own. Let's continue. He's setting up deals. This is what he has to do in the State Department. Set up ways for Elon Musk to get richer.
Another cable from April 17th reported that Starlink was pushing for a license to operate in Djibouti. Embassy staffers in Djibouti responded that they would help Starlink as much as they could. When asked for comment, the State Department responded to the Washington Post with this. Here's what they said, quote, "Any patriotic American should want to see an American company's success on the global stage, especially over compromised Chinese competitors." Sure, okay, fair. I mean, the Washington Post also...
They said what? They should want to see the Americans. What is that? What is it? Any patriotic American should want to see an American company success on the global stage, especially over compromise China. Okay. So we should want Americans to win.
Fair. I mean, the Washington Post also accurately notes that the Biden administration pushed other nations to work with American satellite companies, including Starlink. And that's true, they did. But here's the thing, as we all know, Starlink's owner was not one of President Biden's biggest donors who was hanging out in the Oval Office all the time, nor was Biden strong-arming foreign countries to help that particular donor. Now, I should note that spokespeople for Lesotho and Starlink's parent company SpaceX didn't respond to the Washington Post request for comment.
Of course
But
not.
The White House did. And here was the White House's response to this story about Trump's biggest donor, the richest man in the world, potentially taking advantage of Trump's trade war to cash in abroad. Here's what they said. The only consideration in the Trump administration's trade negotiations with other countries is what's best for the American people.
Oh, that's the only thing you consider in a trade negotiation. What's best for the American people? Has Elon Musk must have gotten his immigration status straightened out because his own brother said that he and Elon Musk overstayed their visas. So I guess they have that straightened out. So we're including Elon Musk in the only things that are considered in trade negotiations with other countries is what's for best for the American people would include Elon Musk. But who doesn't it include? Who doesn't the consideration in the Trump administration trade negotiation, who does that exclude? Well, it says what's best for the American people. So I imagine the American people in any category is not being excluded in Trump's consideration about trade negotiations. Wouldn't I be right on assuming that?
That is what a White House spokesperson told the Washington Post today. Sounds good, right? The only consideration in Trump's trade negotiations is what is best for the American people. Okay. I want you to keep that quote in mind, so I repeated it, as you listen to what Trump said today in the Oval Office about the idea of creating tariff exemptions to help working families.
Are you really going to miss this?
We do this training once a year. There's 800,000 to 1 million people that will join us, and it's an opportunity.
The Treasury Secretary just told lawmakers that a tariff exemption for certain baby items like car seats is under consideration. Will you exempt some products that families rely on?
I don't know. I'll think about it. I don't know. I really don't. I want to make it nice and simple.
So, first of all, his press secretary of the Lion, Caroline Leavitt, just told them that he's thinking about it, and he's hearing this for the first time. As you hear, I don't know. I'll think about it. Okay, so let's shoot this back a little hair. Mr. President, the Treasury Secretary, not of the Lion Levitt, the Treasury Secretary, Scott Bessent, the fumbling, can't get his point across. Scott Bessent, the gay man who has 2 young children himself. They asked him, well, you have children, and he has 2 small children. It is reported that he has his old ass has 2 small children. So I imagine that his husband must be young because God knows he looked like he should have adopted grandchildren or something. My God. So he says that they're looking out cutouts for people. He lied. So this is the first of 45, 47 hearing of it in this press junket.
Families.
The Treasury Secretary just told lawmakers that a tariff exemption for certain baby items like car seats is under consideration. Will you exempt some products that families rely on?
I don't know. I'll think about it. I don't know. I really don't. I want to make it nice and simple. I'm not looking to have so many exemptions that nobody knows what's doing. We have to make it very.
I want to make it very simple. I just want to make sure anything that any American is paying for, that is not rich, they're going to have to pay the ultimate price for it, or they're not going to be able to even take their babies home from the hospital because car seats are required in check. I don't know. That may be a bridge too far. What about the only thing that you're considering in trade negotiation is the American people when it came to Elon Musk, but not so much when it comes from for the regular working parents.
Very simple, but I'll take a look at it.
So, okay, again, their quote, the only consideration in Trump's trade negotiations is what is best for the American people. But should those people be able to afford car seats for their babies? Well, Trump doesn't know. He's going to have to think about it. And that piece about the State Department reportedly pushing Elon Musk's satellite company abroad while countries are trying to find their way out of Trump's tariffs wasn't even the only blockbuster piece about tariffs out of the Washington Post today. There was also this headline. Trump's tariffs hit baby industry hard, threatening parents with price hikes, shortages. Virtually every car seat, stroller, bassinet, and changing table sold in the U.S. is made in China. Now, the story also cites quite a statistic from the Juvenile Products Manufacturers Association. Here's what it says. More than 70% of the baby gear purchased by Americans is manufactured by U.S. companies in China. But with new tariffs more than doubling the cost of Chinese imports, prices on baby necessities are rising fast. And manufacturers and retailers are suddenly slamming on the brakes. So they cite Delta Children, which is the country's largest crib and children's furniture brand. They paused nearly all shipments from China early last month, as soon as the White House announced higher tariffs. And the CEO of that crib and furniture brand told the Post, quote, "We're going to end up with bare shelves in another couple of months if things don't change." And the thing about baby products, and I have 2 kids, they're not babies anymore, but I know what it's like to buy baby products, is if you have a baby, they aren't optional. If you have a baby, you need a crib. It's federal law.
So why don't 4547 say, no child needs 30 dolls. No child even needs $1 because a child needs a car seat and a child needs a walker. A child needs a stroller. He repeated this question, and he says somebody was asking me about car seats and the thing that you use to move the baby around. And he didn't even know the word stroller. So let's understand that this is the idiot who's in charge of tariffs who said your child don't need $30, but your child does need a car seat. Your child does need a seat to sit to use in the house, whatever type of seat that you use to have a place where your child is not laying down all the time to get a flat head because it's always in the laying down position. Your child needs some things as a parent, necessities as it were. So maybe your child won't get a doll or 30 dolls, as he says that your child doesn't need, because you can't even get the necessities for said children. Let's continue.
Law that you cannot drive your baby anywhere without a car seat. Most hospitals literally won't even let you take your baby home out of the hospital unless you have a car seat. But should car seats be exempted from tariffs? Well, Trump doesn't know. He's going to think about that one. Look, the reality here is that if Trump doesn't back down on his tariffs, or very least, I should say, exempt necessary products like cribs and car seats, a lot of parents aren't going to be able to afford basic necessities for their babies. A childhood studies professor at Rutgers University put it to the Post this way. If these tariffs stay in place, there's a good chance there's going to be a stronger bifurcation of children's haves and have-nots, of families with and without. It's perfect time to re-raise their statement. Remind me, what was the White House's statement about Trump's tariffs again? Here it is, right there. The only consideration in the Trump administration's trade negotiations with other countries is what's best for the American people.
Well, we already know 4547 has no issue with the haves and the haves not. Because he is taking from the have not already to give more to the haves permanently. So you can find this on in my description box. So let me see. There is one more thing that okay, let me share this with you. Let's talk about a few things. Some things. Now, I spoke about it earlier, that it seems like the Republican senators are finally getting their voice. So let's check this out.
Some Republican senators are now pushing back on Donald Trump, specifically regarding one particularly horrible nominee on the rule of law front. You know, friends, we will take our points of light where we can find them. So let's talk about Republican Senator Tom Tillis telling Donald Trump no, because justice matters.
Tom Tillis, of all people. Tom Tillis, a whole bootlicker, is finally getting the balls to tell 4547 no. Why? Because he knows his election is in jeopardy if he doesn't. He has had no come to Jesus moment. He had a come to realization moment that he's being an absolute fool who will not be back in office, which means power, which means access. He will not have that if he continues to let somebody who don't give a fuck about him and his loyalty, who would throw him under the bus at any moment. So why not have some balls about yourself? Let's hear this.
Glenn Kirshner here. So friends, although there are so many bad Donald Trump nominees to choose from, one of the absolute worst on the rule of law front is this guy, Ed Stop the Steal Martin, Donald Trump's pick to be the United States Attorney for the District of Columbia, the top federal prosecutor in Washington, D.C. Well, some of us who value the rule of law, as we do, just got some good news from a pretty unexpected place, a Senate Republican. Let's start with the new reporting. This from The Hill. Headline, GOP Senator torpedoes Trump's pick to serve as U.S. Attorney for D.C. And that article begins, Senator Tom Tillis, Republican from North Carolina, a member of the Senate Judiciary Committee who faces a tough re-election race in 2026, has informed the White House that he will not support Ed Martin, President Trump's choice to serve as U.S. Attorney for the District of Columbia, torpedoing the controversial nomination. Martin is currently serving as the interim U.S. Attorney for the District of Columbia and has come under strong criticism for helping to organize the Stop the Steal movement after the 2020 election and for serving as defense counsel to people charged with January 6th related crimes. Senator Tillis told reporters Tuesday morning that he will not support Martin's nomination to remain as U.S. Attorney for the District of Columbia because of his advocacy for people convicted of January 6th related crimes. A no vote from Tillis kills the nomination because Republicans have a 12-10 majority on the Senate Judiciary Committee, and all Democrats on the panel also oppose Martin's nomination. The nominee, Ed Martin, could not advance on an 11-11 deadlock. This quote from Senator Tillis, quote, at this point, I've indicated to the White House I wouldn't support his nomination. Quote, most of my concerns relate to January 6th, Tillis said Tuesday. I think that anybody that breached the perimeter should have been imprisoned for some period of time. Whether it's 30 days or 3 years is debatable, but I have no tolerance for anybody who entered the building on January 6th, and that's probably where most of the friction was. Tillis continued, quote, we have to be very, very clear that what happened on January 6th was wrong. It was not prompted or created by other people. to put those people in trouble. They made a stupid decision and they disgraced the United States by absolutely destroying the Capitol, he said. After Tillis announced his opposition, Senate Majority Leader John Thune, a Republican from South Dakota, said there isn't likely a path for the nominee to reach the floor. Quote, I think that would suggest that he's probably not going to get out of committee, Thune said. And friends, this ain't small potatoes, because Donald Trump was pushing the Senate Republicans hard to confirm Ed Martin.
Sure was.
The article continues. Tillis's opposition to the nominee is remarkable, given Trump's efforts to save Martin by intervening with Senate Republicans. This post from Trump. Quote, we are going to take our country back, and fast. Ed Martin will be a big player in doing so, and I hope that the Republican senators will make a commitment to his approval, Trump wrote. And friends, goodness gracious, when it comes to Ed Martin's nomination, even Senator Susan Collins was concerned.
When isn't that bitch? I'm concerned. Something's concerning me. Bitch, you always vote wrong. Bitch, who gives a fuck about you and your motherfucking weak ass concerns? Because, bitch, you are the reason why we got Hexeth. You are the reason we got a Cash Patel over the FBI, a whole motherfucking toddler, and a motherfucker who is out here doing dumb shit. I'm concerned. I don't know how I'm going to vote. I'm concerned. Look at him when he says even Susan Collins is concerned. Look at the irony. We know that her concern means absolutely nothing.
Martin's nomination, even Senator Susan Collins was concerned. Senator Susan Collins.
Do you see that? Okay, let me let you go.
Collins, Republican from Maine, said the concerns about Martin's nomination were more widespread than just Senator Tillis. Okay, friends, a couple of takeaways from this development. Senator Tillis was concerned that Ed Martin was a stop-the-steal guy, an apologist for the J6 rioters and insurrectionists, and that's a good start. But you know why else Ed Martin is disqualified from serving as the top prosecutor in Washington, D.C., in my opinion? Well, among other things he did, Ed Martin fired a couple of dozen prosecutors who worked diligently in the public interest to hold accountable J6 rioters and insurrectionists, fired them. Ed Martin demoted, I believe, 7 senior, experienced career prosecutors, some of the best prosecutors that Washington, D.C. has to offer, some of the most experienced homicide prosecutors, public corruption prosecutors, national security prosecutors who had the gall to actually prosecute the Proud Boys, the Oath Keepers, and other J6 defendants who tried to overturn the results of a presidential election, tried to, in a very real sense, end American democracy. 7 of those prosecutors were demoted by Ed Martin from some of the most important work that the United States Attorney's Office for the District of Columbia does, busted them all the way down to
poetic justice. And after his nominee, have a good jog, Liz. Hey, verbal assassin. After his nominee is shot down, 45, 47. He may try to stick him somewhere else, but I doubt that he would just be a roadkill like all of the other Trump loyalists. I don't know. Again, let's see what 45, 47 has. I think we saw a little bit of it. This is a different little skew on the I don't know again of it all. Here we go.
Bother with the angry retort about all the crimes Donald Trump imagines these people have committed without any evidence or any proof that most of them have ever committed a crime in their lives. Donald Trump didn't have the energy for his own act today. in his 26th day in a row of being a total loser in the trade war that he started. Donald Trump is now choosing to say, I don't know, when he's asked about toys or anything involving children and his tariffs. Donald Trump, who earned the nickname Donnie Two Dolls on this program last week when he said American children should get used to having just 2 dolls under the Christmas tree instead of 30, those are his numbers, which was yet another proof of Donald Trump's utter obliviousness to how life is lived in the country where he is president, especially the way life is lived by children. Even Donald Trump could understand how bad the public reaction was to his 2 dolls idiocy. And so in his next attempt with that sort of question, all he did was raise the number of dolls to 3 or 4 or 5. Those are the numbers he said were possible. And while he was at it, he threw in pencils. No one asked him about pencils, but he said kids should get used to having only 5 pencils instead of, and again, this is a Trump number, 250 pencils, which again demonstrates Donald Trump's utter obliviousness to the life of the American child. On Meet the Press, Donald Trump was outraged at being asked about the rising price of strollers.
Tires, strollers, some clothing in the wake of your tariffs.
Excuse me, that's peanuts compared to energy. Energy is 60% of the cost.
But sir, you
energy is the big.
You campaigned on a promise to bring prices down on day
Well, I don't know. When
one.
you say strollers are going up, what kind of a thing?
And then he changed the subject. Strollers, what kind of a thing? Question mark. Then he changes the subject. It really sounds.
He changed the subject because he didn't even know what the fuck a stroller was. A strollers? What kind of a thing? He didn't know what a stroller was.
Sounded like he doesn't know what a stroller is. That's what he meant by what kind of a thing, which is entirely possible because even before Donald Trump entered this period of what appears to be possible neurological decline, he lived the kind of rich, ultra self-centered, oblivious life that could make him not know what the word stroller means. That's possible. And later, on that day, on Sunday, on Air Force One, it sure sounded like the word stroller really isn't in Donald Trump's vocabulary.
Hey everyone, big heads up. Paleo
Hold
Valley's
on.
running a sale on
Hold
all their
on.
meat sticks right now. You can get 30 sticks for $36.
Inflation's down, all costs are down, everything is down, other than, as Tristan said, the thing that you carry the babies around in. But that
Everything is down except for, as Christian said, the thing that you carry the babies around in. 2246 or 4547's declining mental health. Yes, he said that. It's a busy money, hon. Got to make the donuts. Good to be here. Make me some donuts and make and give me a I'll have hot chocolate with my donut this morning, Jill. You know I'm just messing with you. Yes, child. He don't know the thing that you what Christian said, the thing that you carry the baby around. Everything is down. Everything is down. Everything is down. The Donald said that everything is down. Where did I go? Okay, here we go.
Like the word stroller really isn't in Donald Trump's vocabulary.
inflation's down, all costs are down, everything is down, other than.
Okay, so you cannot take this man seriously. He says this inflation, like he's even bored with the lie he's telling. Inflation's down, costs are down, everything is down. When everything is going up. I mean, what are we doing here? I mean, really, what are we doing here? Oh, this is just really, really disgusting. This is really this man is just enriching himself and his families and friends and other billionaires at the cost of all of the rest of the American people. And sitting up here just lying. He don't even care to make the lie make sense. Everything's down. This is down. That is down. Everything is down, down, down. Oh, he's such a fucking disgusting human being.
As Tristan said, the thing that you carry the babies around in, but that's up 3%.
The thing that you carry the babies around in. That's what he just said. It's going up a lot more than 3%, by the way, the thing that you carry the babies around in. Donald Trump wants you to pay more than double for a stroller, 150% more, 145% if it's imported from China. So if you're pregnant right now tonight,
hey, focus on what you love. And we found out in the last video that I said that almost 100% of the thing is of the things that children need, like strollers, like car seats, are in fact made in China. So I wanted to, this is in my description box. You can go over there and check this out. Hey, Fairy Carrie, it's good to see you, Grand Rising. I don't think I missed anyone who came in. Please hit the like button on your way in. I would appreciate that, though. Now, let me see. Where am I? Okay, I've showed you guys this. So let's get to my next topic. Let me go here. There's a couple of things that I wanted to talk about these hearings, about these dastardly hearings that went on yesterday. God, if you guys didn't check out some of those hearings, now the DOGE actually did a hearing. And curiously, DOGE, the Oversight Committee on DOGE, they did a hearing on yesterday. The Oversight Committee on what? On DOGE. The Elon Musk organization did a hearing on DOGE yesterday. I got to add this to my just in case I don't have it here already. But curiously, it was not about anything about DOGE. So let's check this out. Let's check this out. The hearing on DOGE yesterday is going to be summed up here by Representative Jasmine Crockett. She is also put her hat in the race for the chair of oversight of the Oversight Committee, not the DOGE Oversight Committee, the actual Oversight Committee at large, because the person who is in there, he has throat cancer and he is taking a leave. They knew he had throat cancer already. They didn't find a need to. Let me see. Where is that? They didn't find the need to appoint somebody who could do the job. They gave the job to him based upon his seniority, knowing that he was ill. So he has had to step down from his job, and Representative Crockett has put her made it well known that, yes, this is a position that she would like to go for. A lot of people are throwing out different names who would be good. Of course, they're throwing out AOC's name. So we'll see where this is going to go. But back to this DOGE Oversight Committee. Who is over the DOGE Oversight Committee? You know, the DOGE Oversight Committee has refused to even ask or request or subpoena anybody from DOGE to come in and ask any questions about what DOGE is doing. And understand that it is the chairperson's authority to do that, to subpoena them, to come in and answer. But who is the chairperson of DOGE? Marjorie Taylor Greene. So you know she is not going to ask any hard questions. So as a matter of fact, she had a panel, a hearing yesterday. The DOGE Oversight Committee hearing. They had a panel yesterday, hearing yesterday, and you know who she was able to bring in. She wanted to talk about trans people in sports. Trans people in sports, which has absolutely nothing to do with DOGE. DOGE doesn't have anything to, but this is what she's deflecting to on yesterday. Okay. That committee is a joke. Oh my God, seriously? Yes. And this is the crew de what is it, Very Carey? Crew de something. This is the icing on the cake of how this thing, they are obsessed with trans folks. Now they are obsessed with deflecting from what is really going on in our government. So they always throw trans folks in our face because they think that that's an easy play. Oh, everybody's going to be, everybody's against that. You know, that's their primary deflection point. But the DOGE committee is talking about trans sports. So let's see what Jasmine Crockett has to say about this. And she will have some questions as well. I mean, you know, she did play the game right, but let's hear.
Thank you so much. It is so interesting that I just learned today at 44 years old that the Republicans are going to be the ones to save women. The same Republicans that have been, say, for women's reproductive acts, or the same Republicans that have stood.
I'm sorry. I messed that up. I forget.
Absolutely believes in reality.
Okay.
Just learned today at 44 years old that the Republicans are going to be the ones to save women. The same Republicans that have been, say, for women's reproductive acts, or the same Republicans that have stood for the Equal Rights Act, which would hopefully get women to equal pay, or the same Republicans that just this Congress voted for the SAVE Act, which we know would disenfranchise women from even being able to vote. But let me tell you, they are our saviors. And so I am so happy to be here today, because otherwise I would not have an idea that I had a savior in the Republicans. So let's also talk about the fact that it's only been 100 days, 100 long, terrible days for anybody that absolutely believes in reality. Because what we know is that they have terminated staff responsible for enforcing federal protections against sex-based discrimination. Sounds like that's pro-women. Or they've cut funding for domestic violence survivor services. Sounds pro-woman to me. Or they prohibited funding for research affecting women's health. That definitely sounds pro-women to me. Essentially, they closed the Department of Education's Office of Civil Rights. Again, sounds like they are fighting for us. And instead of providing oversight over these actions, congressional Republicans have been working to execute one of the most aggressive anti-women legislative agendas in history. And yet they're here today trying to convince the American people that discriminating against trans people is somehow the only way to protect women. This hearing has nothing to do with improving government efficiency. It's another attempt by Republicans to distract from their demonic and disastrous policies that are making it more difficult for Americans to make ends meet. So, Miss Goss-Graves, I want to play a game. It's called Trump or Trans. You ready? Okay. So I'm going to ask you a question, and I want you to tell me whether or not it is Trump or trans people that are responsible. You understand? Yeah. Okay, very good. The first one, gutted medical research. Trump. Kidnapping Americans and sending them to foreign countries, a.k.a. deporting them. Trump. Driving us into a recession. Trump. Increasing the cost of everything. Trump. Waging an idiotic tariff war. Trump. Harming farmers. Trump. Ignoring the Constitution. Trump. Proposing to take away Social Security. Trump. Cutting health care. Trump. Firing government workers who keep our country safe. Trump. encouraging an environment of hate and divisiveness.
Trump.
Thank you so much. This committee could be engaged in actual oversight of fraud, waste, abuse, and mismanagement. So let's talk about waste. Like Trump's plan to spend almost $100 million for his little birthday parade, or how he spent 25% of his first 100 days golfing, costing taxpayers tens of millions of dollars. In fact, it's a little bit over 30 million at our last estimation. In fact, President Trump is on pace to spend more than $1 billion of taxpayer dollars just on golfing. Yet the Republicans have been silent. So they must think spending taxpayer dollars on the president's golfing trips is more important than providing health care to their constituents. And when I talk about constituents, we're going to talk about the ones on this committee. So if we look at Texas 26, 39,000 children look to potentially lose their Medicaid with the cuts that they are about to vote on for reconciliation. 88,000 in Georgia 3, 68,000 in Missouri 7, 79,000 in Tennessee 2, 86,000 in South Carolina 4, 50,000 in Texas 04, 85,000 in Texas 27, and in Georgia 14, 111,000. And if you add that up just on this committee, we have 606,000 kids that are relying on us to do right by them. And instead, we playing these crazy games because we worried about 10 trans folk that are in sports right now in college. I wasn't elected to be engaged in these fights. I was elected to make sure that those kids, the kids that they are about to neglect with these terrible votes that they're about to take, I was elected to protect them and to make sure that they could grow up and have all the opportunities. But let's keep on track. Now, when we look at how much they are spending on, let's look at fraud. We could investigate whether the White House and the members of this subcommittee engaged in insider trading and market manipulation. Maybe it's a coincidence that the chairwoman brought hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of stock the day before Trump announced a 90-day pause on tariffs. But I guess we'll never know. So finally, let's talk about abuse. Like how the Republicans have let Elon steal data of Americans and his competitors to make himself even richer. Look, don't let these hearings distract you from their destruction. This is rage baiting instead of conducting oversight over the issues that Americans actually care about. And with that, I will yield.
Democracy depends on a free.
And with that, she has yielded. Let's see how Marjorie Taylor Greene started off this committee to be sure that you understand how ridiculous this all was. Here we go. Let's see the start, the introduction of why we are here of it all. Let's see how she started this committee. Okay. Come on, Marjorie. Come on, Marjorie. Come on, Marjorie, as Steve would say, Steve Harvey would say. Marjorie.
Logical men competing. Go ahead and play that, please.
So we're about to start. She has to play her propaganda video to open this session. Let's listen.
Where's our digital team? Where's our digital team? Here we go.
Executive order to ban men from playing in women's sports.
That there are only two sexes, male and female, and we are not going to tolerate biological men competing in sports or impeding in private spaces for women like myself or you.
The female fencer was given the ultimate punishment for refusing to compete against a biological man.
At the Portland Interscholastic League Championship, a trans sophomore runner from McDaniel High School.
Leah Thomas pulling away over the final 150 meters. Thomas wins the NCAA championship.
Men should not be, they're hurting women. They're hurting women very badly. They're hurting women.
I was severely injured in a high school volleyball game by a transgender athlete on the opposing team.
Anyone who disobeys federal law will be either prosecuted, sued, or say goodbye to your federal funding.
I also signed an
Female athletes should never be forced to compete against mentally ill biological men who parade around in women's clothes. But we'll hear from witnesses today who had to face off against biological male competitors. This led one to suffer a life-altering physical injury from a volleyball spike to her head. The other was thrown out of a recent fencing competition for refusing to compete against a man. Why is this happening when we have federal laws on the books intended to foster women's sports? Back in 1972, Congress adopted Title IX to create and protect equal athletic opportunity for girls and women in schools and colleges. Congress included similar language in legislation governing other amateur sports competitions. The law chartering the U.S. Olympic and Paralympic Committee, for instance, authorizes the Olympic Committee to recognize and empower national governing bodies to oversee individual sports on a national level. That includes determining how athletes are chosen to represent the U.S. in the Olympic Games and other international competitions. These NGBs, such as USA Fencing, have statutory duties and obligations, including promoting equal athletic opportunity for women, biological women. Specifically, NGBs are to provide equitable support and encouragement for participation by women, where separate programs for male and female athletes are conducted on a national basis. Yet, USA Fencing makes a mockery out of women's fencing.
Okay. Let me make one thing clear. I'm against men playing in women's sports. I'm against trans women playing in women's sports. I am against that because the male body is more athletic, and the bone mass and the bone muscle is more. It can injure women. I agree with that. Why is she so intent on talking about this in a committee that has nothing to do with this? But she will not talk about what this committee is set up to do, is to oversee DOGE. This is my point.
Fencing by allowing biological males to compete in its women's.
And she's got people from fencing. I don't want to insult anybody, but when has anybody thought that fencing was a sport? Sure, it's a sport, but when does anybody even think about fencing? You are on the DOGE committee, and all of the things that DOGE has been into. Bitch brought people in here to talk about motherfucking transgenders in fencing. This is my point.
Fencing competitions. We understand there are roughly 200 biological males competing in the USA Fencing Women's Division. This includes males who have won national titles and represented the U.S. in international competition in women's fencing. We subpoenaed the board chair of USA Fencing, Damian Lefelt, to appear here today. We did so because the board is responsible for setting USA Fencing policies and for ensuring those policies comply with federal law. At a recent board meeting where Mr. Lefelt presided, the board determined it would change its policy on transgender athletes if and only if forced to do so. Some science shows that men have numerous physical advantages over women that create unfair and potentially dangerous competitions. Such physical advantages are significant in fencing. According to a letter we received from USA Fencing Board member Andre Giva, a coach of Olympians and world champions.
I'm just crunching my popcorn.
Quote, transgender women fencers have significant advantages in women's competitions, he writes, citing advantages in body size, reach, shoulder width, muscle development, explosive strength, and recovery capacity. And a United Nations report issued last year finds that testosterone suppression does not eliminate the advantage of biological males to avoid the law.
Apologize. I was just crunching. I was just crunching my popcorn. This is insane. What are you eating? Oh my God! I thought my mic. When I think my mic is on, I'm just talking, and then when I turn, well, Lord, forgive me. I was eating some popcorn. I was grubbing back on this white cheddar cheese popcorn. I haven't even eaten breakfast. I saw the little white cheddar cheese popcorn, and I'm famished, and I was like, let me get something to eat. That's this dumb bitch running her mouth about something that has absolutely nothing to do with DOGE. Did the U.S. Fencing team, did they get some of their funds taken by DOGE? Is this why you have them here, Marjorie? No, it's not. Okay, let's get to the good part. There's a good interaction between her and another representative.
Loss of a fair opportunity. It can. That is sick. This is why I look
Distraction from what is in our communities. So let's
national championships. And with that, I yield to the ranking member Stansbury for her opening statement.
All right. Well, thank you, Madam Chairwoman. As you can see, it's going to be an interesting hearing today. Welcome to the Oversight Committee, and in particular, the DOGE Subcommittee. I do want to say welcome to our guests and to your families. We do appreciate all of you coming here to tell your stories. But I want to make clear that this hearing is actually not about oversight or DOGE, but about spreading hate and using trans lives to distract from the real issues that Americans are facing, from attacks on our economy, to attacks on our democracy, to attacks on our communities. So let's call this hearing what it actually is. It's about bullying trans kids and members of the trans community to distract from the failed policies of the Trump administration, the failed policies and exploitation of this DOGE subcommittee, and the GOP's own cruel agenda that is happening right now here on Capitol Hill as they're trying to gut Medicaid, gut food assistance, gut environmental programs to give tax breaks to billionaires, because that is actually what's going on behind these doors all around us. So, as the ranking member of this subcommittee, let me start by saying to everyone in the trans and LGBTQ plus community who might be watching or listening today that we see you, we love you, we respect you, we are fighting for you, and we will fight back against this hateful agenda. Now, I do want to point out here at the outset that we are, in fact, in the Oversight Subcommittee on, quote unquote, delivering on government efficiency. And this is a committee here in Congress that was created this year by the GOP, supposedly to address government efficiency. And this hearing literally has nothing to do with that. In fact, it has nothing to do with anything that falls under the Oversight and Accountability Committee's jurisdiction. This hearing is so irrelevant to this committee. It's just a complete distraction from what is actually happening in Congress right now. So let's review what this subcommittee is actually supposed to be working on, since my friends seem to have forgotten that. In their own Rule 6 of this committee, this subcommittee shall, quote, have oversight jurisdiction over the federal civil service, including compensation, classification, benefits, federal property disposal, government reorganization and operations, transparency, performance, grants management, and accounting measures generally. That is the jurisdiction of this committee. And I don't know about any of you, but I don't see anything in here about sports, the Olympics, Title IX, fencing, and certainly nothing about policing the bodies of Americans. And frankly, hearings of this subcommittee have become so divorced from reality or anything resembling oversight and the jurisdiction of this committee. It's basically turned into a political campaign ad, as you just saw on these TVs. That's what this subcommittee has devolved into. And frankly, I think many of us expected that that's where we would end up. But meanwhile, Donald Trump is letting Elon Musk and his cabinet secretaries and OMB now continue to dismantle our federal agencies, to hack our private data. They're firing veterans and teachers and firefighters. They're trying to break Social Security and the VA. And there is literally no oversight happening here in this committee under the GOP. In fact, my colleagues have failed to bring even a single administration witness here to this committee. They haven't brought Elon Musk, they haven't brought a cabinet secretary, they haven't brought a political, they haven't brought anyone to this committee to answer to the lawless and immoral behavior that's happening inside the administration or anything that relates to the jurisdiction of this committee. That's why, even though we had hoped on the Democratic side for real and meaningful bipartisan work to make the government more efficient, to make it work better for Americans, we have to sit here week after week and fight back against this abusive and lawless and ridiculous agenda. And, I want to just point out that there are now over 220 lawsuits against the Trump administration and over 130 court restraining orders and injunctions against them because of this agenda. So why did the chairwoman decide to call this hearing today? Why is it that we're trying to distract from an agenda that is so unpopular that 2/3 of Americans disapprove of what DOGE and Elon Musk is doing? Maybe it has something to do with the failure of the president in the first 100 days, that his approval ratings have declined by 14%. Maybe it's to distract from the reality that our economy is tanking and prices are going up. Maybe it's because the budget that came to Congress last week doubles down on proposals to take food out of the mouths of children. Maybe it's because behind closed doors all around us, they're trying to take away your Medicaid and your food assistance. So why bully trans kids? Why take up airspace to bully a population that only makes up 0.6% of the population? Because clearly they're living rent-free in the GOP's minds. But simply put, Republicans are focused on the wrong 1%.
Focus on what you love. We all agree. They are taking up space in their minds.
So why are they so obsessed? Why is Trump attacking trans people? Why is this the centerpiece of the Republicans here on Capitol Hill? Honestly, it's weird and it's wrong. And I just want to say to all of the people in the trans community who are watching, we uplift your stories. We are fighting for the community. We are fighting for the rights of everyone in our communities. And this hearing has absolutely nothing to do with the Oversight Committee. And that is why, at this time, I make a motion to immediately adjourn this hearing.
Now, I want you to listen to this vote. I want you to listen to this vote and what this dumb bitch says. But they are going to count the vote and allegedly, let me let you hear this.
The motion is not debatable. All those in favor of adjourning signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed signify by saying no.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it.
In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. You heard two voices say no. Am I wrong? Okay, let's. They continued the meeting, and it was a bunch of bullshit. Let's go to something that I also wanted to discuss with you guys on today. So a whole waste of time and money sitting up there. DOGE should be there getting Marjorie Taylor Greene for holding this meeting, waste, fraud, and abuse about this whole meeting that she had. Now I definitely want to talk about this with you guys. Speaking, you heard her say that they are trying to dismantle Social Security, that they're trying to privatize it. When the guy, I forget how to pronounce his name, was being confirmed. They were going through the confirmation hearings with the guy who they wanted to put over Social Security. He says that he is a DOGE guy. He likes what DOGE is doing. And we know that the guy that they have in placeholder until the real Social Security commissioner gets confirmed or denied. He was giving DOGE information under the table and all types of nefarious things. So they have approved the DOGE guy for the Social Security administrator. Let's check out this story.
From the United States. The U.S. Senate's confirmed Frank Bisignano as Social Security Commissioner, an appointment labor leaders warn could lead to the destruction of Social Security. He's a banking executive with a net worth estimated at nearly $1 billion. In March, he declared, "I am fundamentally a DOGE person," referring to Elon Musk's efforts to gut federal agencies. He was confirmed Tuesday on a party line vote, 53-47. Among those voting no is Massachusetts Democratic Senator Elizabeth Warren.
Frank Bisignano will rubber stamp Trump and Musk's attack on Social Security. He'll let them keep slashing services. He'll let them keep threatening benefits. And that's going to hurt people everywhere, from seniors who count on their monthly checks right now, to the parents of kids with a disability supported by Social Security, to every American who is paying into the program now for results later on down the line.
The U.S. Supreme Court on Tuesday temporarily allowed the Trump administration's ban on transgender military members.
Here's my question. This really ought to worry you about these people who are taking these petty menial jobs. Now, you hear her say that he's worth almost $1 billion. But he's a DOGE guy, so he finds it necessary to take a position in Social Security to take from people who have to live on Social Security. See, this Trump administration has more billionaires in its administration than ever has been seen before, of course, because being billionaires is quite new, and they are making more quite rapidly because of the billionaires that are in power are making sure that it is easier for them to have monopolies and all of this type of stuff. And now they're all in the government, just running amok in the government. This is a billionaire who find that it is important to have him a job in Social Security Administration so he can do whatever he wants to do with the Social Security Administration. So at what point are we going to have to give up everything in the government to ensure that these billionaires and millionaires get deeper and deeper? At what point are we going to say that, hey, just don't let the millionaires and billionaires pay taxes at all? Is that what it's going to take? Because they sure are raping all of the agencies for the poor to enrich themselves. If I was a billionaire, you think I'd be taking a job as a motherfucking Social Security administrator? No, bitch, I got trips to go on. I got shit to do. And it ain't got nothing to do with working at Social Security Administration. How much y'all paying? Is a pay that lucrative as the Social Security Administrator that a billionaire is going to want to take that job for what? Exactly what is he supposed to get out of that job? Maybe he's getting out of that job his disgusting ways to hurt people who earn less than him, live on the fringe of society, and maybe he thinks that they don't deserve. They should just rot in the street. They shouldn't have anything. What kind of fucking person who's a billionaire would even want that job? It's not like he's a lifelong Social Security worker. It's not like he's worked himself up from being a intake person in Social Security up until this is the ultimate job. He's a fucking billionaire. Why does he even want this job? You got to think about what is driving him to even accept this shit. It ain't nothing good. It is nothing good. So I think that's it for me today. Let me make sure. No, I do want to share the top news that is going on. Let me share this screen. Now somebody was talking earlier that 4547 was actually saying that there's going to be a military force over in Palestine. So let's see. I've played for you the video where Netanyahu said that they are going to be taking the people out of Palestine for good, forever. And we know that they have been starving the Palestinians for over 9 months.
Welcome to Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, The War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman. Israeli attacks on the Gaza Strip have killed at least 100 people over the past 24 hours as bombs, missiles, and drones struck homes, businesses, apartment buildings, tents housing displaced Palestinians. In one of the latest attacks, Israel bombed a crowded restaurant and marketplace in Gaza City, killing at least 32 people and wounding 86 others. Witnesses said the strike littered the ground with body parts and blood. One survivor fled, clutching a baby, with another 2 terrified children in tow.
What happened? While we were at the hall of the restaurant, the Israeli army did a strike and everyone died. The youth died. I can't tell you. Youth at the entrance of the hall, blood was like a lake. Oh my, pools of blood.
Among the dead was Palestinian journalist Yahya Sabaya, who was killed just hours after celebrating the birth of his daughter. Palestinian officials say he's the 214th media worker killed in Gaza since October 2023. Another journalist, Noor al-Din Abdo, was killed in a separate Israeli attack. Israel's unrelenting assault on Gaza came as its total blockade entered its 3rd month. The World Central Kitchen charity said Wednesday it had halted Gaza relief efforts after running out of supplies. Gaza's government media office reports more than 3,500 young children face imminent death from starvation. Another 70,000 children are being hospitalized for severe malnutrition, and 1.1 million Palestinian children lack the minimum nutritional requirements for survival. On Wednesday, more than 20 United Nations experts demanded action by states to avert what they call the annihilation of the Palestinian population. They write, quote, continuing to support Israel materially or politically, especially via arms transfers, risks complicity in genocide and other serious international crimes, unquote. In related news, a new report finds UK firms have continued to export military supplies, including munitions, to Israel, despite the government's suspension of arms export licenses to Israel in September.
Witnessing genocide out in the open. Nobody's embarrassed about it. Nobody's acting, hey T Danielle and Views of You, nobody's acting as if this is something that should not be going on. A whole mess out here. Now, surprisingly, I was surprised to see this on my status quo yesterday. At Columbia University, they are protesting. They are protesting again. Let me see. Where am I? Here we go. So if you want to check out this video, go over there. And check this out. I'm just gonna skim through the protests that they want Columbia to divest in purchases from Israel. So it seems like our leaders don't have the will to do this, but I'm just gonna show you a little clip. A lot of people were arrested for sitting in the library, and the protests are back on. They have fired over, I think it's 120 teachers and staff at Columbia since they have bent the knee to 45-47 as well. That's
so we're going to go show you what's going on there.
Shame on you!
Stop our students now! Hands up our students now! Hands up our students now! Hands up our students now!
Down the street. Go!
So here's what I want to know. Did you guys see any of this on your local news last night? Did you guys see any of this on your local news last night? And if you hear about this on news today, will you see what exactly is going on right now? Would you, or is it going to be coined as Hamas supporters? Were going up against the cops, or are you going to be able to go over to this site, this page, support independent media? I just wish it should suggest. Okay, here we go. Hey, Leonard, Grand Rising. I think I did speak to T. Danielle. Okay, so I'm just giving you a little bit what's going on last night. I didn't see any of this.
The media is covering the Social Security riots, but it's all a distraction for what's really going on.
on the live stream. If you've been watching, please like, comment, subscribe.
Okay, and there was, she lost her mic feed because she was at a protest earlier. It was at, oh my God, let me see. She was at an earlier protest. Let me see what they were. It was also in New York City. Let me look under the lives. I can't believe I can't remember the name of it. This one right here.
King from the United Auto Workers.
The Manhattan Institute. They were also boycotting them. Oh, I got another story. I just looked over here.
So this right here is fascinating.
Anonymous goes to war against Trump fascism. The Kyle Klunsky show. I'm going to drop this link in the description. That's how I have alerts to real news. I don't have alerts to fuck bitches, lying bitches, bitches who try to play in my face. I have alerts to things that are actually going on in the real world around me. Okay, let's see what's going on with this.
Fascinating, y'all. I don't know how many of you remember, but we covered a story about how the ethical hacker group Anonymous, they released a video basically warning, like, it's on now, bitch, talking to the Trump regime. And I remember covering that. We were speculating, like, what are they going to do? Well, we now know at least one of the things that they're doing. Global X, the company doing many deportation flights for ICE, has been hacked. Hackers claim to have stolen flight manifest information and flight details and have also defaced the website. So when you went to the website, it would say this: Anonymous, Operation Dreadnought. Anonymous has decided to enforce the judge's order since you and your sycophant staff ignore lawful orders that go against your fascist plans. You lose again, Donnie. A federal judge ruled on May 1st, 2025, that the Trump administration's invocation of the Alien Enemies Act of 1798 to remove alleged members of the Venezuelan gang from this country is unlawful. The president cannot summarily declare that a foreign nation or government has threatened or perpetrated an invasion or predatory incursion of the United States, followed by the identification of the alien enemies subject to detention or removal. The proclamation makes no reference to and in no manner suggests that a threat exists of an organized armed group of individuals entering the United States at the direction of Venezuela to conquer the country or assume control over a portion of the nation. Thus, the proclamation's language cannot be read as describing conduct that falls within the meaning of invasion for purposes of the AEA. Allowing the president to unilaterally define the conditions when he may invoke the AEA and then summarily declare that those conditions exist would remove all limitations to the executive branch's authority under the AEA and would strip the courts of their traditional role of interpreting congressional statutes to determine whether a government official has exceeded the statute's scope. The law does not support such a position. That was the Trump-appointed federal U.S. District Judge Fernandez Rodriguez. And then they go on to say, we are anonymous, we are legion, we do not forgive, we do not forget, expect us. So they hacked the airline or the airline company that's doing a lot of the deportations. So there's an article here on this as well about how they were hacked. Hackers have targeted Global X Air, one of the main airlines the Trump administration is using as part of its deportation efforts, and stolen what they say are the flight records and passenger manifests of all its flights, including those for deportation, 404 Media has learned. So, because of what they're doing, we also will get, you know how we don't know a lot of the people who were sent to the slave labor gulag concentration camp in El Salvador? We didn't know all of them. They're trying to get us the names of all the people who were sent. The data which the hackers contacted 404 Media and other journalists about unprompted could provide granular insight into who exactly has been deported on Global X flights, when, and to where, with Global X being the charter company that facilitated the deportation of hundreds of Venezuelans to El Salvador. And then they go on to quote from the piece. The hacker says the data includes flight records and passenger lists. The hacker sent 404 Media a copy of the data, which is sorted into folders dated every day from January 19th through May 1st. 404 Media cross-checked known information about ICE deportation flights that come from official and confirmable sources with information contained on the flight manifest and flight details obtained by the hacker. Information about Kilmar Brego Garcia's flight is in the hack data. For example, the hackers obtained what appears to be detailed flight information about Global X flights 6143, 6145, and 6122 that left from Harlingen, Texas's Valley International Airport on March 15th. These flights are at the center of a class action lawsuit filed by 5 pseudonymous Venezuelan men against the Trump administration, which eventually went to the Supreme Court and which took off during and immediately following a court proceeding in which their lawyers were trying to get a restraining order to prevent the flights from taking off. During a district court proceeding in Washington, D.C., the federal government argued that it had no flight information to share with the court. Quote, the government surprisingly represented that it still had no flight details to share. During the hearing, the judge's opinion in the case reads, when pressed, government counsel stated that the operation details he had learned during the recess raised potential national security issues, so they could not be shared while the public and press listened. So that's just a lie. Let's be clear about what they're doing here. They are saying the law is clear. The courts have ruled. You are flagrantly violating not just one court order, multiple court orders. And so what they're saying is, if nobody's going to make you comply, we're going to do that. We're going to try to do that. All the shit that you're trying to keep secret, it's all coming to light. We got all the information. We're going to give all the information to the media. We're going to learn about all these innocent people that you sent to this concentration camp, and we're not going to take it standing down. Guys, I got to be honest, I don't know how anybody can look at this and disagree. I don't get it. Like, we talk about this all the time, right? But like, nobody does anything when something is clearly illegal, clearly unconstitutional, clearly immoral, clearly unethical, and nobody does anything about it. What kind of a fucking society are we living in? Right? And the courts don't really have an enforcement mechanism, but this is like a backdoor enforcement mechanism.
I don't personally see how this is going to enforce anything. I think that this is going to shed light on things, but the Supreme Court has been ignored. Their 9-0 ruling has just summarily been ignored to bring that dude back, and they are continuing to do what they want to do. Now, I want to go a little bit further on the things that they are trying to do with. Now, the only reason I'm not all butthurt about what do I want to say? I'm not butthurt about anything that 4547 is doing, but the problem is that if he continues to do it to other people, he will be doing it to American citizens as well. Is this the one? Yes, this is the one. Yeah, okay, hold on. Let me share this with you guys. Here we go.
In related news, the Washington Post reports the Trump administration's urged the Ukrainian government to accept an unspecified number of U.S. deportees who are citizens of other countries.
Now, how is Ukraine going to accept? He's encouraging Ukraine to accept some of the deportees. The Ukrainians who don't even have a airport to accept a fucking plane. Let's continue.
Even though Ukraine lacks functioning airports to receive deportation flights due to constant Russian attacks. This follows reports the Trump administration is offering cash payments or political concessions to several African nations to accept deportees from the United States. The U.S. Senate's confirmed.
Did you hear any of this on your news yesterday? Did you hear any of your news report on this yesterday? We did hear them late last night about the second thing I want to share with you. The link is in my description box to this. Okay. It depends. The news channels are very biased, and it depends on who is paying them. Let me share something else with you about what they plan to do with the detainees or the people who they're kicking out of the country. Let me see. Where is it? Here we go, right here. The name of this is Judge Blocks White House Plan to Transport Undocumented Immigrants to Libya. Libya. Here we go. Did you guys hear about this? At least this is CNN, so we know it's a larger news agency.
Trump deportation flights. This time, a federal judge blocking Trump deportation flights. This time, flights to Libya and Saudi Arabia. New ruling coming just hours after CNN reported that the White House was actually planning to use a large U.S. military plane to deport a group of undocumented immigrants to Libya. That's a serious flight. But Libya, for its part, tells CNN there have not been talks with the Trump administration about accepting migrants, and one official says they do not want the migrants brought to their country. Kristen Holmes is live from the White House. Kristen, I mean, it's now not just El Salvador, right? You're talking countries like Libya, Saudi Arabia. What can you tell us about Trump's plans for these new deportation flights?
Well, look, there's still a lot of details that we are trying to get answers from the administration on. And as you mentioned, we did report this morning that the administration was planning on moving forward with this idea of taking a group of undocumented migrants and bringing them to Libya. There were a lot of questions that went unanswered. One, when was this flight leaving? Was this a one-time flight, or was this now a plan that they were going to bring multiple flights, multiple groups of migrants to Libya, to Saudi Arabia? And we still don't have the answer to this. So what we do know is that this immigration advocacy group filed this emergency petition to stop these flights from happening, saying that it was going to go against all of their rights. And this judge ruled in their favor, saying they would actually go against a directive he previously gave, which was that these people who were being deported, if they were going to a country that was other than their home country, they had to be able to have notice, and they also had to be able to oppose this before they were actually put on a plane. But I do want to note one thing here, Aaron. We still don't know if this plane took off. And from this petition, it said that if there were flights that already had gone over to Libya by the time that this was ruled on, that those migrants be brought back. But we don't know right now the current state of this.
And Priscilla, the Trump administration is planning to go ahead with its plans to deport undocumented immigrants to Libya, of all places. And we're not talking about undocumented immigrants from Libya. We're talking about from other places. You were the first to report on CNS, and you have some new reporting on how advocacy groups plan to fight sending these individuals, these undocumented immigrants, to Libya.
Hold on. You're still purchasing your lenses from your optometrist?
What are you doing? Come on.
Walk with me to the glory that is 1-800-CONTACTS.
Quick.
Affordable.
Easy to use. It'll take you 5 minutes. You've got 5 minutes. And your order's on the way.
Yeah, just in the last few hours, there has been a lot of filings in the court. So immigrant advocacy groups immediately went to the court and said, hey, look what is happening in Texas. It seems as though there's a flight going to Libya. And our clients have not been notified in a written way, as you, federal judge, said needed to happen, nor have they been given the ability to contest their removal to Libya. Now, just moments ago, the federal judge weighed in and clarified to the administration, you have to provide written notice. There has to be some time to contest this. And if you don't do that, then it appears that you might be violating this order. So this is still playing out in real time, but there is a lot of concern tonight about these migrants in Texas and whether or not they will be sent to Libya.
All right, Priscilla Alvarez, thanks so much. Let's bring in Texas Democrat.
You have it. That link is in my description box. Oh, go over there and check it out. There is a couple of more. There are a couple of more things that I want to share with you guys. Oh, okay. So I forget who it was who was it? Was it a Click and a View who said that there may be a post-war military use of our military in Gaza. Let me see. Here it is. Yeah, let me share this. You are more than right. let's continue on this video that I was sharing with you earlier about the strike in Gaza last night. Here we go.
Palestinian population. They write, quote, continuing to support Israel materially or politically, especially via arms transfers, risks complicity in genocide and other serious international crimes, unquote. In related news, a new report finds UK firms have continued to export military supplies, including munitions, to Israel, despite the government's suspension of arms export licenses to Israel in September. Meanwhile, Reuters reports Trump officials and their Israeli counterparts have discussed the possibility of the U.S. leading a temporary post-war administration of Gaza. In the occupied West Bank, Israel is continuing its illegal forced displacement of Palestinian communities in the Tulkarm and Ner Shams refugee camp. Last week, Israeli officials announced plans to demolish another 100 Palestinian homes. This is Imam Pati Heikel, a resident of Ner Shams.
What do they think we are to move us to caravans? This will never happen. Even if they build castles for us, we will not accept. Let them demolish half of the house and give me the other half. I would rather live in a room than in a castle outside a refugee camp. This camp is our life.
Israeli forces also demolished homes and other structures in Masafer Yatta this week. The Israeli military has forcibly displaced tens of thousands of West Bank Palestinians this year. Meanwhile, a new documentary by Zateo has exposed new details about the killing of the Palestinian-American journalist Shireen Abu Akleh, fatally shot 3 years ago this week in the occupied West Bank city of Jenin. For the first time, Zateo has identified Shireen's killer to be an Israeli soldier named Captain Alon Skagio. We'll have more on this story after headlines with an exclusive interview with the founder of Zateo, the film.
Absolutely believes in reality, because what we know.
Democracy depends on a free press. Please support our independent journalism at Democracy.
Okay, so that's something else I wanted to share with you guys. And the last thing I'm going to share with you, I think it's the last thing I'm going to share with you is here. 1 second. Okay, let me make sure. The cryptocurrency grift. I do want to share that with you guys. How 4547 is definitely enriching himself. Here we go.
Senators, democracy depends on a free press. Please support our independent journalism at democracynow.org/give. This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, the War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman in New York, joined by Democracy Now!'s Juan Gonzalez in Chicago. Hi, Juan.
Hi, Amy, and welcome to all of our listeners and viewers across the country and around the world.
Senators Elizabeth Warren and Jeff Merkley are calling for a federal investigation into the Trump family's cryptocurrency venture after a fund backed by Abu Dhabi announced it would make a $2 billion investment in crypto exchange Binance using a Trump-branded crypto coin. The deal could generate hundreds of millions of dollars for the Trump family. In their letter, Senators Warren and Merkley wrote, quote, "The deal, if completed, would represent a staggering conflict of interest, one that may violate the Constitution and open our government to a startling degree of foreign influence and the potential for a quid pro quo that could endanger national security," unquote. Senator Warren also released this video last week blasting the deal.
The United States is getting ready to bless Donald Trump's latest grift. A shady Abu Dhabi investment firm just announced it's going to make a $2 billion business deal with a foreign crypto company called Binance. So here's a kicker. Binance and the foreign investment firm are going to use Donald Trump's stablecoin to finance their transaction, essentially giving Trump a cut of that $2 billion deal. Boy, looks like corruption, smells like corruption. So yeah, the Senate is going to put a stop to it, right? Wrong. Right now, the Senate is getting ready to greenlight the grift by passing the so-called Genius Act next week. This is a bill that would make it even easier for the president and his family to profit off their own stablecoin and oversee their own financial company.
President Trump is headed to the Gulf next week. In related news, last night on Monday, President Trump spoke at a crypto and AI innovators dinner to raise money for a pro-Trump super PAC. Tickets were $1.5 million a plate. The event was held at the President's Golf Club in Virginia. The co-host of the dinner was David Sachs, the White House AI and crypto czar. Sachs is a South African-born tech investor who was part of the so-called PayPal mafia, founding PayPal with Elon Musk and Peter Thiel. On May 22nd, Trump is also hosting a private gala dinner for the top 220 investors in his meme coin. The dinner will also be held at the Trump National Golf Club. The promotion also offers an ultra-exclusive VIP reception with the president and a tour of the White House for the top 25 Trump meme coin investors. The anti-corruption group CREW, Citizens for Responsibility and Ethics in Washington, called the promotion, quote, one of the most blatant and appalling instances of selling access to the presidency we've ever seen, they said. We're joined now by Molly White, an independent cryptocurrency researcher who runs the Citation Needed newsletter. She recently wrote an article headlined Trump's Newest Grift, Building a Cryptocurrency Empire While Destroying Its Regulators. Molly, welcome to Democracy Now! If you can start off, for folks who aren't following cryptocurrency that carefully, explain what cryptocurrency is.
Cryptocurrency is a digital asset, so it's an entirely digital form of speculation, essentially, that allows people to speculate on the value of tokens that are, things like Bitcoin or Ethereum, and it's entirely digital. There is no physical representation. There is no physical asset or service backing the tokens.
And in your recent piece, Molly, you wrote that the scope of the Trump family's cryptocurrency conflicts illustrates a degree of corruption that makes the emoluments concerns of Trump's first term seem quaint by comparison. Could you explain?
Yeah, so Trump's crypto ventures are growing seemingly by the week. It seems like every week something new is announced, whether it's his World Liberty Financial crypto platform or his Trump meme coin or rumors of a new crypto game that his backers are working on. And so he is really allowing for bribery and the types of corruption that we've never seen in the American presidency. He's allowing people to send him money. He is profiting directly from the cryptocurrency industry while he is simultaneously influencing policy, legislation, calling off regulators who previously oversaw the crypto industry in ways that are benefiting him and his family very directly.
Okay, so I'm not sure if you guys are familiar with any of this that has been going on in the White House, but I'm just here to give you guys a little information that you don't hear talked about on the main street media. These links are in my description box. There was something else. Hold on one second. That had popped up. Let me see what this is. I'm kind of interested for myself, and if it's something good, I'm gonna hate that I haven't shared it with you. Hold on one second. Hold on one second. Okay, this a deep dive, so I can't even get to the point of the matter. So I just want to double check. Oh, there is something I have not shared with you. I must share with you about you may be having to use Robitussin for all of your health care needs. If you are on Medicaid, I did the money laundering, the crypto. Did I do the money laundering? I don't know if I did the money laundering. Let's look at the money laundering as I find something else in here. I have a lot of stuff that I have collected. So let's check this out as I find the last thing about the not Social Security, the Medicaid cuts.
Hypothetically, it's not hypothetical, it's true. Donald Trump has a financial interest in a meme coin named after himself. And he recently offered a VIP White House tour and special reception to the meme coin's 25 biggest holders. After that announcement, the coin surged more than 50%. Does that seem like something that warrants investigation to you, Mr. Turley?
Well, there's no question that you can investigate that to see if there was any criminal conduct. I want to distinguish between that and the influence peddling scandal that the hearing was about in the Biden administration.
I'm not talking about that hearing. And I know you like to filibuster, Mr. Turley. No, I'm happy to talk about that hearing. It was the biggest joke of an investigation. It was embarrassing that you call yourself a credible criminal professor, that you would actually think that there was any evidence that warranted an investigation. But I'm focusing right now because it would seem to me, if you have any credibility, you would agree that auctioning off a White House tour for the highest investors in your own company would warrant either impeachment or criminal investigation. But let me move on because it gets worse. The president is a significant financial beneficiary of a company called World Liberty Financial, which issues a stablecoin. Are you familiar with stablecoins?
I'm not.
Okay, a stablecoin is essentially a digital version of a dollar that can be used in transactions. Recently, the World Liberty, this organization which Donald Trump is a beneficiary of, entered into a deal with a UAE-backed company that would complete a $2 billion transaction with a company that has previously admitted to engaging in money.
And let's not forget 45 and 47. 45, 47 is will be at going to the UAE this weekend. It has been announced.
Money laundering. And Donald Trump's company will now generate tens to hundreds of millions of dollars in revenue from that transaction with a foreign government. And I'm sure you're familiar with the Foreign Emoluments Clause, Mr. Turley. Would you say that based on that information, since apparently you only follow Hunter Biden's finances and not President Trump's, would you say that based on me providing you with that information, that would warrant an impeachment investigation?
Congressman, you say that we have to preserve our credibility. I think you would agree.
Can you answer the question, sir?
He's trying to answer the question. Your time has expired. I will allow the gentleman to answer the question.
Thanks. In the interest of credibility cited by the member, I'm not going to rely on the facts that you just gave me for the first time to render a judgment on it. I'm not opposed to investigations of alleged corruption.
Well, if you're not going to do that, you're not going to answer the question. Okay, so he's not going to answer that question. He's going to filibuster and try to put a different position out. Let's share this with you about what is this? Oh, this is about what this the CBO has to say about these Medicaid cuts and how it is going to affect anybody who is on Medicaid. Okay, so this is my last video.
All right, folks, red alert. We have a bombshell new report from the Nonpartisan Congressional Budget Office, which is exactly what it sounds like, a nonpartisan agency that works under Congress, Congress, of course, being led by Republicans, that's helped Congresses led by both parties shape their budget. This bombshell report confirms that Donald Trump and the Republicans have lied to your face when they claimed that their proposed budget cuts to Medicaid would not affect Medicaid coverage. It is a lie. The nonpartisan CBO confirms it. Potentially millions of people will lose their coverage if this Republican Medicaid budget cut goes into effect. But before we unpack all that, if you end up liking this video and you want to support the channel, please be sure to hit the like, subscribe.
How many people did he say? Millions, not a few, not a couple of 100,000. He said millions, millions to give tax cuts to the rich. This link is in my description box. Please avail yourself to it. Let me play a little bit more.
Subscribe and alert bells before you go. As The Hill and others are reporting, CBO, millions of people could lose insurance under the GOP Medicaid options. Okay, Mac McDermott also talking about it on Twitter. There it is. As Democrats have warned, new analysis from the Nonpartisan Congressional Budget Office confirms that each proposal to cut Medicaid will lead to millions of Americans losing health insurance coverage. This is stunning. It is once again, we've known, if you know the Republican Party, if you know Donald Trump, if you paid attention at all to the figures, it was obvious that this would lead to hundreds of thousands, potentially millions of cuts. And now we have explicit confirmation. So let's take a look. Millions of people would lose health insurance coverage under various Republican options to cut Medicaid spending to pay for Donald Trump's domestic policy agenda, according to a new analysis the Congressional Budget Office released Wednesday. For instance, a cap Medicaid spending for beneficiaries and expansion population would save $225 billion and result in 1.5 million additional people being uninsured by 2034. Limiting state provider taxes would save $668 billion, but would mean an additional 3.9 million uninsured people by 2034. The analysis requested, not created, simply requested by Representative Frank Pallone Jr. and Senator Ron Wyden shows the difficult trade-offs facing Republicans as they try to pay for their party line bill, which among other provisions would fund an extension of Trump's 2017 cuts. Quote, this analysis from the nonpartisan independent CBO is straightforward. The Republicans' plan for health care means benefit cuts and terminated health insurance for millions of Americans who count on Medicaid, said Wyden in a statement. Republicans have tasked the House Energy and Commerce Committee, which oversees Medicaid, to find $880 billion in savings as part of the overall goal of slashing at least $1.5 trillion. A previous CBO analysis showed that number was not achievable over the next decade without cutting Medicaid. CBO's Wednesday report examined 5 of the Medicaid options Republicans have floated for the bill, eliminating the enhanced federal match for Medicaid expansion states, limiting state taxes on providers, capping federal Medicaid spending for the entire Medicaid population, capping spending for the expansion population only, and repealing a Biden-era Medicaid eligibility rule. House Republicans have not settled on any final decisions, but Speaker Mike Johnson said late Tuesday ending the enhanced match was off the table and per capita caps for the expansion population were also likely going to be excluded. The report did not look at a work requirement, which a 2023 CBO report found, quote, community engagement requirements for people aged 19 to 55 would save about $109 billion over a decade at a cost of 600,000 people becoming uninsured. It would also shift $65 billion in costs to states. So let's be very clear. At least according to previous CBO analyses, this would also result in more than 500,000 people being kicked off Medicaid and would only save, at the most liberal estimate, $109 billion. And they're looking to cut or save nearly $900 billion. So this doesn't work. The math ain't mathing. They are objectively wrong on it, and they have lied to your face about it. But the number of uninsured would likely be larger in practice, it goes on to say. CBO assumed states would pick up the cost of 60% of the beneficiaries who lose federal funding. So
how states gonna pick up anything? They have to pick up FEMA. They have to pick up the Department of Education. How are they gonna pick up this? And do they have the will to pick up this? Let's understand that of the people who need this the most live in red states that don't want to pick it up in the first place. So this is in my description box. It's a lot of interesting stuff that's going out here. I'm not on Medicaid, so I just want you guys to know if you or someone you love is on it, that this is what's going on. But that's all I am here is to give you some. Hunter has been pardoned. They need to move on. They make me sick. Exactly. Yeah, so I'm just sharing the word. I think that some people are going to be in for unpleasant surprises, but the information is out here for those who wants to receive the information. Those who don't, have at it. Thank you guys for being here. I appreciate your support. Unless something, I gotta double check. Unless something very interesting happens, something is always happening in this crazy White House. There's always a deflection and all of this type of stuff. But if you see my live setup for tomorrow, I'll be back tomorrow. If not, I've been thinking about taking this Friday off. Let me make sure. I think I covered everything. I don't want to miss anything that I wanted to speak about today because I added some extra things. Oh, yes, it's one thing. I'll go in my description box. I have a link to racism by policy. Again, I have Reclaiming My Time, where Ariana Presley is going to question someone, and she is going to have to reclaim her time several times. But I let me leave you with this. She's mad because blacks were honored. Who else would be mad about blacks being honored? You remember I gave you the Black History presentation about the dandies who dress in a distinct fashion mode, who was always dressed to the ninth and made fashion statements. And then in that reporting about that, I came upon it because I saw that the Met was doing a whole exhibit on the black dandies, and then the Met Gala was about the black dandies, and that was the theme of the show. So who is upset about this? So keep Black history alive. It pisses them off. Let's see who had the nerve. MAGA supporters meltdown over the Met Gala as gross outbursts backfires. So who else but Megyn Kelly? Boo-hoo, bitch. Boo-hoo.
The Met Gala is officially over. Dead. Done. Once the apex of high fashion culture and A-list celebrity, the gala now looks more like a sad sack D-list past its prime wannabe version of its old self. It's closer to today's nerd prom White House Correspondents' Dinner than the center of the celeb and beauty.
Kind of like you, bitch, who got all of this behind you in a studio in your motherfucking basement hole. Is that what you mean? Because there were A-list people all over that Met Gala, but because they weren't featuring you and your elk, you tried to poo-poo on it. Let me shut up. You know this is bullshit. You know that she is mad because Black excellence is being celebrated. How dare they? How dare they act as if they don't steal everything from Black culture? Let's continue.
Beauty universe as it used to be.
I want to thank Megyn Kelly for adding on that little
White House Correspondents' Dinner than the center of the celeb and beauty universe as it used to be.
I want to thank Megyn Kelly for adding on that little bit about the White House Correspondents' Dinner, because if it wasn't already obvious enough that her opposition to the Met Gala is that the right wingers aren't really invited there because they're not big stars. I mean, it's literally the biggest stars in the country, in the world, that are still going to it, like it or not, of the Met Gala. That's who's going there. They're not D-list. They're literally the A-list. I mean, I know Kid Rock isn't invited or whatever, but that's what the stars are. She throws in also White House Correspondents' Dinner. The comedians don't like the right either. The talented people making the movies and the shows and the music and the talented comedians don't like the right. That's not new, by the way, but she's lashing out because her and her side of the aisle are not a part of the cultural thrust of America. They're not the creative people. They're not making anything worth consuming, and that burns inside of her. But that said, it gets even more wildly, like not just victim-y, but also quite a bit more racist in this section.
This year's theme was Superfine, tailoring Black style, an homage to Black dandyism. What's that, you ask? No one has any idea. Prepare yourself, however, for a deep dive into leftist, academic, gobbledygook, nonsensical talk, which is probably how it got chosen as the Met Gala theme. That and their desire to pander to Black people. The Met says Black dandyism came from the intersection of African and European style traditions, of course. What does that mean? I have no idea.
Yeah, but like you could, right? Like you were defining it there. You were reading from something that described what it was. You could keep reading. Like you could not just read it in that like, oh, I'm an academic, but you could actually try to learn it. Like is that possible at this point? By the way, I'm not saying you have to. I don't care about any fashion tradition or whatever. I'm not going out and reading treatises on it, but I don't assume that just because it's not something that I'm interested in, or in the case of Megyn Kelly, it's something I need to demonize to appeal to right wingers, that there's nothing there. I mean, there are people who do, their entire career is doing the research and all of that. There are many books written about this stuff. You know that because you're citing them. So why the willful dive into enthusiastic ignorance? I will never understand that. And also, I'm sure that in an earlier phase of her career, Megyn Kelly would not have been like trying to pitch herself as the like most willfully dumb person in the room, but she knows where the cultural winds are blowing on the right, and she knows that's the role that's required of her. So, by the way, if you watch more of that segment of her show, which you shouldn't, it's a waste of time, she reads more and more of the different academics and what they're saying and the different traditions and everything, fully closed off in her mind to any of it. Because the point is not to learn, the point is to denigrate, particularly with the Met Gala this year, having a focus on these Black fashion histories or trends or whatever. She knows that her audience wants her to attack these Black fashion designers, the Black celebrities who are wearing it, to imply that they don't know what they're doing, and that the Met Gala was only really high fashion back when it was literally white people that were actually involved in it. And you don't have to like the Met Gala. I really have no interest in it. I think it's kind of gaudy and excessive or whatever, and I have no interest in going. If they invite me, I totally 100% will, but I have no interest in going. Please invite me. I want to go. These people seem really cool. Some of my favorite celebrities are there, but I have no interest at all. And so I want to go now to you, Sharon, for your take. And while you're giving your thoughts, I want to bring up some of the actual photos of the people there, because right wingers are going to imply that it's not high fashion anymore. Oh, it's just going to be ghetto style or whatever, because they want to engage in this hatred of Black culture. But as you'll see,
the media is covering the Social Security riots, but it's all a distraction for what's really going on.
It looks pretty fancy to me, Sharon. What do you think?
Come on. Well, I like it. I particularly like Jalen Hurts and his now wife, Bree. Go Eagles, Super Bowl champs. Look, Megyn Kelly is 91% racist, 9% grifter. That's what's going on, looking more and more like Cruella DeVille. She is. I mean, when you put up the video, she is looking and sounding more like that Disney evil villain, okay? And I hate to go into stereotypes about a woman scorned because, but she is. There was a time in her career, including when she was at Fox News and had a primetime show and was seen as a little more balanced, even though she hated on Santa Claus and the Tooth Fairy, that she would have been invited to this. She would have relished going to this. Outsider, 100%. Still, I'm telling you, that's what a woman scorned. She is so nasty, okay? She is Cruella DeVille. I mean, come on. When you looked at that, look at, even, I don't have my glasses on, but even look like the eyeshadow and the background. And she is just hide the Dalmatians, baby, because she's just a nasty woman, because she's no longer accepted where she lives and wanted to be. Remember, she wanted that jump into mainstream media. She wanted to go to NBC and then talk about blackface. She made a mistake there, did she? So that's what this is really about. She's so bothered by this. 91% racist, 9% grift, and then we'll just sprinkle on the scorn.
Yeah.
She's so upset. If she could be invited back, she would go in a second.
100%. No, if Trump was invited.
Okay, Sharon, I'm gonna have to call you on something, Sharon. You're gonna have to do something about your lighting or the color of blonde that your wigs are, because your hair look baby shit green. Do something about that, Sharon. The link is in my description box. Cruella would have been invited. Cruella had a keen fashion sense. The link is in my description box. Go over there and check out the damage report. I appreciate you all being here. If you would like to support the channel, it's too late for my goals. You can $ Ronnie Q, put a like, thumbs up the video, share the video, and those of you who came in late, there's a lot of interesting subject matter about the world and what's going on in the world today. So you may want to check it out. Tell a friend if you feel that they will gain something from the content. So I hope you guys have a great Bernice, tell it. Smooches, Liz. All right. Good night to all of you guys. I mean, good day. It's not night. Good day to all of you guys. I may or may not see you on the YouTube streets, but if I don't see you tomorrow, I hope you guys all have a fabulous weekend. Thank you, Miss Queenie. I appreciate you and your support. I appreciate all of my supporters. So have a good day, and I'm out of here. Bye-bye.